Right, welcome to the Rambling Achieve podcast. Made it to episode 5. We're slowly catching up to that other one that we ran with. We'll surely surpass it this time. But as always, Brandon, you're joining me. Thank you.
We've been doing this once a month, right?
Yeah,
So, I mean, that's 5 months. That is kind of,
it's
that's
weird because I
wild how
thought
quick that,
I thought we began in January, but I guess we didn't.
mm,
'Cause
yeah,
it's
it's
the
been
7th month.
flying.
So yeah, so it has been chugging, and this is because what I was gonna say as well is I thought we'll get into obviously the plethora of news, but I thought like the Steam Deck, Steam Machine price, and then we just missed it by a couple of days, which we'll obviously touch on because we haven't spoken about GTA 6 Code in a Box. I thought those two would have been like the primary dominant things of the year,
Right.
and holy shit, no, that's not the case. That got blown out of the water less than, well, it wasn't less, I think it was about a week after. But yeah, it's just been non-stop. And then even today, just literally as we before we clicked record, joking about Sony's servers down. It just when it rains, it pours. It appears.
Yeah, that has to be the biggest news story of the year. I would assume the killing of the physical discs. And I mean, I guess Microsoft buying Activision would be right up there, but yeah, it's a massive, massive news story, unprecedented, and killing off a way that we have enjoyed the art form for our entire life. It's like, all right, here we are.
Yes, wow. So before we dip into news, what have you been getting up to? Anything interesting?
No, man, I haven't been playing much of anything. I played a little bit of High on Life, like 5, 6 hours of that. I played
Second one,
Buckshot.
right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep, the second one. Enjoyable, but nothing to necessarily write home about. There are some cool things about that game that, like, I think they're aware that the first person shooting is pretty standard and maybe even below average for the genre. So they spice it up with a lot of different like detective features and RPG elements, like, choice and consequence to some degree. So like they're doing some cool new things with it. I played Buckshot Roulette.
What did you say
That
that game was? Sorry,
High on Life 2.
I thought you said Bloodshot.
Buckshot Roulette.
Oh, okay. I thought you said High on Life 2 and then you said Bloodshot. I must have misheard. And I typed
Oh
in
yeah.
Bloodshot and I was like, what? It's a 1995 video game and you're talking about detective stuff? I was like,
No.
that doesn't line up at all.
No, Buckshot Roulette. It was on Game Pass and I tried it out. It's just like a little roguelike
Yeah.
thing. It's okay.
Yeah, I did it as well. Cleared it.
Yeah.
It's not. It was kind of weird because I again, like you said, it's simple. You can't really like it's all down to chance, but the way they handled it is you have like 3 rounds that you're progressing through, and if you make it to the second round, if you end up like failing, you start from the second round. So he knew like
Yep.
it's just brute force your way through, and you'll eventually clear it.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
It's okay. Like it's something to just kind of, and actually a game like that was really what I needed. Just something to dick around with for a little bit
it's
because I
really fun
haven't,
in multiplayer. I was
yeah,
playing it with some friends, and it was really fun.
I could see that for sure. Um, but yeah, I really haven't been doing a whole lot of gaming. I got back into lifting and I've been consistent with that for about 3 months. Um, and I'm still trying to do cardio. So it's like, there's just that's taking 2 hours out of the day to do both, and I game for usually 2 or 3 hours every night. So it's like something has to kind of like there's just only so much time in a day. Something has to be eliminated. So I haven't been playing nearly as much video games as I'd like, man. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I've been. For me, it's been primarily PC. It was literally up until I think 4 days ago. I hadn't switched on the Xbox since the PC arrived. Just been dabbling in it, jumping into old games and being like stunned at how good they can look. Um, and yeah, I've just been playing through. What have I been doing? I did Outer Worlds 2, a little bit of it, because and Oblivion, and it is like something of the thing where like it's nice when you can feel something isn't like tethered, if that makes sense. So like it just runs that ever bit more smoothly. The only thing that I ran into with Oblivion is the horseback animation was giving me a headache, but I think that's just the way like it bounces the camera. But yeah, did like loads of stuff on Steam, jumping in to a bunch of things, grabbed a load of stuff from the Steam summer sale. Still shocking like how deep those discounts can go. It was kind of funny though seeing all of Sony's properties up there and how they're cheaper on Steam when they're discounted than on Sony, and it's just like, yeah, I kind of see why you probably backed out. It really paints you in a negative light in that way. If somebody's like cognizant of that, like, why am I going to buy them on your platform for more? If that makes sense, and play what would potentially be an inferior version if you have like higher end hardware. It's like, yeah, there's
Yeah.
loads of factors as to why you probably backed out.
I wonder why PlayStation doesn't keep their prices consistent across Steam
I have
and
no
the
idea because
PlayStation Store.
what shocked me as well was that because they set the price, no, I thought.
Yeah.
So
Hmm.
they're choosing to do it as well. And what made me like was scratching my head is they put both versions of Horizon up. So you have the complete edition and you have the remaster. And the original version was more expensive than the remaster. And it's just
Hmm.
like, what are we like? You can't even get that right. Like, surely you would think the more updated, better version would be commanding a higher price. But yeah, that was a bit bizarre. Um, but other than that, we've had a Discord event going via because we vote on it every other month, and we kind of ran into a little bit of a weird thing where September's going to be so busy. We didn't want to run like an event in that because there's like how many releases are dropping, and it's just like you don't really want to pull people away from that. So we ended up doing like a duo month. So we got this month and August for a summer vacation is what it's called via Panda Grog. He was the one who won the vote of what it should be, and it's actually kind of it's simple. Literally anybody who's clearing anything qualifies for it because it's just choosing devs from different countries and stuff like that. So you're just logging it, and it was really cool to see people who were getting really creative with it. Because obviously you had like USA, Japan have been showing up a lot, but we had what was it? Lithuania, Estonia, Sweden, Taiwan devs getting love. So it was kind of interesting, and it's kind of cool as well to shine a light on where they're from. These devs, because you just wouldn't. It's not something that you usually think about, right? When you're just playing a
Yeah.
game. So it's just like, wow, that's a Lithuanian developer. We never hear Lithuania brought up really ever.
Mm-mm.
So that's been really cool seeing that unfold.
Yeah, that's fucking awesome, man. Yeah, it's the indie space, I mean, they've made it to the point now where anybody can create a game. The tool set is so approachable, accessible. Like you really can just in the fucking free time that you have, if you have any free time, um, try to learn how to use whatever engine, as pretty much all of them are. Well, I shouldn't say all of them that are available to the public and, ubiquitous are pretty damn accessible.
Yeah, yeah, they've made it easier than ever. Uh, you have like 1, 2 person teams somehow creating pretty damn good games.
Some of the biggest
um,
games of the year, Balatro,
yeah,
one person,
Balatro.
like,
I think Mecha Chameleon was a small team as well, and that's
hmm
obviously it's priced much lower. But right now, I think that's the highest selling game of the year. If I'm not mistaken.
I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah.
Um, so yeah, it's again where one part of the industry suffers, the another part flourishes. So it's just a tug of
Yeah,
war.
it's the tough thing though, right? Because like for every Balatro, there's like 7,000, games that just nobody buys, and somebody spent years of their time, effort, energy, money into this project that no one touched, like Luna Abyss, or like when we talk about the game from what was it? Crystal Theater of Idols.
Mm.
It's like these are games that are really, really high quality, man. And 10 years ago would have been smash hits, but today it's just another drop in the bucket, just another game amongst a sea of endless, endless backlog titles.
Yeah, it even goes even worse than that because I've been highlighting it as it's been developing, but like Nacon have been burning alive this year.
Mhm.
Spiders is gone. Um, Piranha Bytes is gone. There's another one I can't quite remember what the hell the name is, but like there's loads of them, and it's like what I was getting at is like Greedfall was like a fairly decently known little small gem. Like it sold a few million copies. It did enough of
Yeah.
a splash to the point where really you would kind of expect that to carry the momentum in from a sequel and stuff like that, and it just didn't. And it's wild.
I think a lot of people got fooled by Baldur's Gate success, Elden Ring success, like games that are of a more niche genre that broke out into the mainstream. And I think we're seeing a lot of developers try to tackle that and like figure out how they can make their name known in these genres as well. And it's like, just because something caught fire doesn't mean that that's going to be a reoccurring theme whatsoever.
Also, the fact as well, you can't skip to the success. Like people forget that yeah, Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2 were successful, but they were also kickstarted. They were given so much time to perfect that mold to get to where Baldur's Gate 3. It's not like they just popped up and just did it. Like
Hmm.
they perfected that craft since I think Original Sin 1 came out in like what 2014, 2015 originally. So like you're talking 10 plus years of chipping away at that to get to that success. So seeing that boom to that success, and then because there's no, I refuse to believe that that was their original vision for Greedfall 2. They must have pivoted to try and be like, all right, we need to inject some of this mold in there because that's what's
Totally.
successful. Because you can feel when I was playing it, like there's great aspects to it, but this isn't Greedfall. Like this is a weird mishmash of stuff. So yeah, you can't, and it's probably obviously the publishers and the executives that have like come in and been like, "This is high selling, make this."
Well, and it's also like you develop a fan base who has expectations
Mm,
for one thing, and then like you pivot on them. And it's the same thing with Dragon Age, right? Like nobody ever knew what the fuck Dragon Age was from one game to the next, to the next, to
no,
the next. It was all these different things. So you're kind of weaving in and out of fan bases. And then obviously you have your big hit with Inquisition in terms of commercial success. And so you take that formula and kind of double down on it for Veilguard. And then, but you have backlash from people for all sorts of different reasons. But oh, one of like the more normal reasons that I saw was fans of Dragon Age 1 being like, yo, this is absolutely not the game that you got us in the door with. And but at the same time, like I understand trying to find that audience, and I don't necessarily begrudge these studios for attempting to pivot and say, okay, hey, we made a cool character action game and we understand mechanics of this ilk. Elden Ring just blew up. It's not going to be that difficult for us to make something in that lane, just pivot a little bit in the same way that, hey, we made a cool action RPG. I'm sure we could, probably make a CRPG on a lighter budget. And like, I understand all of the business reasons behind these things, but at the same time, like, I do think whenever you sell, I think Greedfall sold like 4 or 5 million copies. It's
mm,
like, guys, it's not like you had, so that was the biggest game you've ever made by a mile.
yeah. And the reason it sold that is because you looked around at what people were yearning for, and it was
Yep.
classic Dragon Age. And it
100%.
doesn't matter that if the intention was, oh well, Baldur's Gate 3 hit fucking new heights. That's not what your fan base came to you for. Because it
I
would be
also
like
think,
if that new Divinity game was a Souls like. Holy shit, it doesn't matter how popular Elden Ring is, you would piss off
right.
everybody that's took you to that point. So
Yeah.
just don't do that. And that's always the big worry when you're changing major aspects, and people obviously are skeptical about certain stuff. I've seen people raise concerns about being a little bit worried about Control, the new one. It doesn't matter how good it is
I am,
because it is
yeah.
melee based, and like controls melee combat, that first game was almost non-existent. And it's
Yeah.
just like you probably can create a system and make it fun and enjoyable and stuff like that, but you also got to keep in mind the realism of it is that you've built that fan base that liked Control, liked it because of what it was. That's why they supported it. So any changes you make, it's always gonna roll that dice of scrutiny potentially.
Yeah, 1000%. I'm in that boat where like I love, love, love the combat in Control 1. And I look at the combat in Resident and I'm like, I feel like I've done something very similar to this in a lot of games recently, but I trust their art design and cinematics and FMV and lore. And like there's so many other things that I prioritize above the combat. So we'll see. But yeah, I agree, man. And I think with Greedfall in specific or Spiders in specific, a lot of people were just looking at them as like the substitute since BioWare was floundering. And, BioWare really gained their popularity with, like I said, Inquisition and Mass Effect. And like that's when they really pushed into this different realm of commercial success. And it's like, Greedfall was one of the only things that was even somewhat in that realm when it came out in 2019. And so, yeah, I feel that really, really sucks with Spiders because they were so close with Greedfall. That game had a lot of shortcomings, like a ton, don't get me wrong,
Yeah,
but man, they were close.
this is the thing. Like they were on a shoestring budget. People
Yeah.
need to also always keep that in mind. Like they never had money to throw around. They did wonders with what they did. They made so many RPGs that came very close that they always had more glaring flaws than they did, excel out with stuff like what was it? They were the Technomancer devs
Yep,
and
that was them.
Mars Warlogs and I think
Yeah.
Bound by Flame. Like they
Mhm.
did tons of stuff. They did the Still Rising as well, right?
Yep, that was
Weirdly.
them. Hmm.
Um so
Souls
it's
like.
like they did literally both things. They tried to do the Baldur's Gate thing and tried to do the Souls-like thing, and it like I enjoyed Still Rising for what it was, but like I did a tier list, so I know how many I've beaten. There's like over 20 titles of Souls likes that I've done. It doesn't. It's okay. It doesn't come anywhere close to the top,
Yeah.
and it's probably lower middle towards the bottom. Like yeah, it's just rough, and it's. But at the same time, we'll obviously comment on that. But I get the other side of it as well, where we've seen AA games developers. It's getting fucking hard to exist in this industry.
Yep.
Sub 10 million games in budget is just it doesn't seem like that's really achievable for most people anymore if you want to have a decent amount of success as well. Like things have just balled out of control, and it's just like yeah, and that just shows with when Nacon all them finances come out and how fucking deep in debt they are.
Yeah.
It was like absurd because it's like you guys don't even throw all that much money around. How the fuck have you accrued this much debt? And they're obviously filing for insolvency for a lot of the stuff, and it's just yeah, it's just worrying for the AA
Yeah.
devs and the
It
lower
is,
budget
man.
devs.
It definitely is. I also think there's like this reluctance to create new things. And I find that very odd as well, where like you're seeing Hunter the Reckoning come back under them. And I'm like, I, nothing against that IP, but I'm like, is it wise
Who's
to like,
yearning for that? Like you, like
yeah,
it's rolling the dice on some nostalgia. Obviously, that's the only reason why you're doing it. But how many people are still holding nostalgia for that?
yeah. Where it's like, I don't really know if you're gaining anything by calling it Hunter the Reckoning opposed to just steel volition, like what, just whatever
You
random
want
new
Volition to
IP.
come back that bad, huh?
Yeah, as Steelport and Volition in the same. Yeah. Um, but no, it's just like you could make a new IP and have that exact same concept, and I don't know if you're gonna gain anything from like I don't know if one is more beneficial than the other. I kind of think it's probably more beneficial just to have something new because whenever you throw the Hunter the Reckoning name on it, it's like,
People have
okay,
expectations. Because if
yeah,
you
you have
have,
expect.
if you somehow been waiting for that IP to return, and then they mismanage it, and because that's the thing as well, waiting. That's the other side of the coin that people don't consider is when when they announced the Spyro re-thingies, and there were some people who came out and was like, these don't look any different, and it's because it's so far back in their childhood mind and memory,
Right.
they've
Yep.
perceived it as that's how it always looked. So yeah, any changes that you make, if you change the type, I'd never played it. I don't know what it was. Was it a first person shooter? Third
It was
person?
like a top-down action game. Like it
Okay.
was yeah, it was a third-person shooter, but it was kind of like Diablo like in some of its sensibility where eh, you know, a little of that twin stick shooter feel to it, early era and yeah, it was fun. It was Did you ever play Last Stand Aftermath?
Yes.
Kind of feels somewhere in that camp, not a roguelike obviously,
Mhm.
but somewhere in that camp in terms of mechanics and structure. Like it was cool, it was fun for the time, but it was just another like decent shooter. Like there was no buzz whatsoever about Hunter the Reckoning back in the day.
Yeah, it's just a strange one. Who did you say is making it? Sorry.
It's the team who did fucking RoboCop.
Okay, that's even more bizarre.
It's so
Because
bizarre.
it's the thing of like, don't get me wrong, like I get it. It's probably not creatively fulfilling to constantly leech off of people's other people's properties, and maybe you want to like do your own stuff that's under your umbrella so that you have more creative control. You found like a gold mine that you can just constantly tap. Like there's in the least rudest way possible. There is hardly any expectations if you're making like a 70s, 80s, 90s action movie, like from
Yeah.
that era, and just make a first person linear 8 hour shootout out of it. Rambo, RoboCop,
Hmm.
fucking Terminator, as they did. Like, yeah, you can you can like tap that pretty consistently, and there's a ton of
Saber's
like
making a whole
old.
business off of it.
Yeah, you can tap so many of the, and there's so many old IPs that aren't gonna command something like what Marvel would. Like, don't hit up Marvel and try and make a Punisher game probably because of whatever it is, because they're probably gonna ask a shitload more than whatever RoboCop was asking for, as
Totally.
an example. But yeah, it's a bizarre one.
I listened to an interview with the uh CEO of, oh my God, Paramount Games. They just got back in, or they just got into games, right? With Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and wasn't that Paramount?
I'm not entirely sure.
They're I'm blanking on the company, but they did an interview with
Do you
the
remember
game
what
biz,
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle game it was?
The Last Ronin. I think that if I'm not mistaken, it might be Paramount. It might be it's Skydance. I think Skydance, the one that they have the Amy Hennig game coming out, the Star Wars game, and the Marvel 1943. I might be getting some of these things crossed up, but anyways, the CEO who is behind the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game, they recently did an interview with Christopher Dring on the Game Business Show, and
Yeah, it was Paramount Games
okay,
Studios.
Paramount Games. Um, and maybe they bought Skydance.
It's
I'm
being
not
developed by
100% sure.
Platinum. What?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because it was
They're
initially being
such a
developed.
weird fucking developer, man. They
Yeah, they
just
were being.
bounce around.
It was being developed by Black Forest Games, the team who did Destroy All Humans 1 and 2 remake. And everyone was like, "What the fuck?" Because they were saying it's like AAA inspired by God of War, and everyone was like, "Bro, the Destroy All Humans team? No offense, but and then that team ended up getting massive layoffs from Embracer, and yeah, I think that they ended up just pivoting, finding a new developer, and Platinum is going to be the developer, which that makes sense. That makes total sense.
Mm.
But you never know which Platinum you're going to get.
Yeah, they're a dice roll, aren't they?
They are.
It's actually shocking. I don't think there is another developer on the planet that has that erratic of a range of
Yep.
being god awful. or some of the most all-time classics. It's
Hmm.
crazy. I don't know what happens over there to have that like level of range, because after a few of them like stumbles, you'd think, all right, let's fucking nip this in the bud. You
Yeah.
know, this is because that's dangerous. That's really dangerous to be risking that level of stuff as to what they've done.
They were talking about the CEO was talking about the Platinum. They made a Ninja Turtles game before and it wasn't good at all, Platinum. And he was talking about like the working conditions weren't great for Platinum at that time making that. And I do think a lot of Platinum's worst games tend to be because of bad, you know, direction from the publisher who's giving them the money. Like if you look at um Babylon's Fall, that was them, right? Like that's a PlayStation fumble. You know what I mean? PlayStation, if I'm not mistaken, published that. And they wanted to have their live service game. And so it's like, yeah, that's not what you contract Platinum out for. And then you look at like Bayonetta, that's exactly what you contract Platinum out for. This type of game, that's exactly what you contract Platinum out for. Ninja Gaiden, that's exactly what you contract Platinum out for. So hopefully there's the dude who was doing the interview was like really, really adamant about, we want to let Platinum make a Platinum game. So, but with that also comes some Platinum just does dumb shit in their combat from time to time. Like that Ninja Gaiden 4 game, it is just if you play Ninja Gaiden 2 Black and then jump into Ninja Gaiden 4, you're like, bro, why are there so many buttons in Ninja Gaiden 4? You have like two sets of buttons that do the same shit. And it's like you don't need all this. If you're going to introduce like more complexity to the Ninja Gaiden formula, like make it unique, you know? So Platinum, they do at times get a little bit too uh what would the word be? Like too in their
They
bag.
lose their focus. It feels like a little
Yeah.
bit, and kind of get tangled up because they were also, weren't they the ones that were meant to be developing Scalebound as well?
Yep.
And it's just like, yeah, they just have a history of falling on their face a little bit. I can't think of like another phrase of describing it. So it'll be interesting, obviously. But if I was gonna pick one of the two, I probably would just roll the dice with Platinum over them destroy all
Of
human devs, because
course.
it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know if you have it in you, man. Like, don't
Yeah,
get me
of
wrong, we've
course.
seen some devs where it's like even with Silent Hill F, I think that was the Resident Evil, was it Reverse
Reverse.
devs?
Yeah.
And it's just like, don't get me wrong, Silent Hill F had issues of its own, but like
Hmm.
that's a, when you look from that to that, that's like, okay, you can make like fucking striving changes when you're given a little bit of creative freedom and some money, and not
Totally.
some spit and some paste to try and hold it together. Um, so yeah, I guess
Yeah,
we move on
totally.
to the news.
Let's get it, man.
There's plenty of it. Um, where was it? Where did I write it down? I was gonna do just a quick rundown of the whatever it is, the GTA 6 Code in a Box. We missed it by 2 days. Obviously, unfortunately, with us doing a monthly thing, that's going to be like very old news. But I did want to at least tap on it because obviously you touched upon it when that news broke on your
Hmm.
channel and stuff like that. You had obviously your feelings, and at the time, because I actually watched Mystic Ryan's, I think, video a couple of days ago where he
Hmm.
was, I don't know if you saw it, where he threw up the video of like, no, like this is my stance on physical and what would happen if that went away, and he it like paired up almost perfectly. Like he had given that response days before they announced it
Yep.
via his Patreon, um, and he was giving like his feelings on. Obviously, it fucking sucks that it's not getting a physical. And he also said the same thing that many of the people in the Discord said when it obviously broke. Is like, oh well, they were doing it for like obviously you don't want leaks to happen, and maybe like it's GTA, it'll get a physical print in like a year or two. And obviously the news broke. So are you feeling confident that it will get a physical print still, or do you think they're just gonna they see that cutoff and they're thinking, ah, fuck it, we'll just run with the code in the box?
Um, I
Because
don't
he
think
made a
it's out of the
really good
question.
because he made a really good point as well of like they're scaling it back, right? So you'll be able to reprint stuff supposedly if it had already been in print, is what they
Yep.
said. So he said that if say they rolled it out in January, by the time 2028 comes around, because they're going to have so many fewer places where it'll be printing and it'll be printing at a lower thing, you wouldn't even be able to probably support GTA alone via that level of print because it would need so many copies, which you made a good point of like, that's why I'm thinking like, are they even going to bother doing it?
Yeah, so it comes out November 2026.
Yep.
I could definitely see next holiday season a physical disc coming out. I'm stunned that they're doing this. There's so many ways to not do this and to be more consumer friendly. Like this is straight up. I don't give a fuck about that. It is total utter bullshit. The whole idea that this is to prevent leaks.
Hmm.
Like Crimson Desert, as awful as it is, Crimson Desert put a disc in a box, shipped it to retailers, and you had to wait until day one for them to allow you to access that game. Like you, that disc is completely useless without that day one patch. You literally cannot play the game until they, activated it. So it there's ways of putting a disc in a box and shipping it to retailers so that you can have something that you can resell and preventing all leaks. This is not about that.
No,
This is
and
absolutely not about that. This is about you not being able to resell that game. So every copy sold, it's once again, it's the same shit with PlayStation. It's the total elimination of the secondhand market. All of that money, they want all of that money coming through straight to fucking Rockstar, and then obviously the split with the platform holder. But it's yeah, it's just there's I hate hearing people excuse this because of leaks. It Sure, that might be like a major reason. I'm not doubting that, but there's ways of
no,
doing it to where
yeah.
you actually have consumer rights as well and you can resell something.
And this is the beautiful thing of having there was that level of a gap, right? Because if we would have tapped on it at first, you wouldn't have probably aggressively. You would have probably been a little bit, tiny bit more lenient because of that PlayStation news hadn't announced yet. So it's like, it's the biggest game. I kind of get it a little bit more.
No,
You'd be a no,
I went at their throat immediately.
okay, because it's like that thing of like, yeah, if any game's gonna like have a valid excuse, I could see why people were defending it at the time. But that week later, and it was to the dot, 7 days later, Sony announced that they're going to be ending physical prints for new games moving forward in 2028. Do you know the month? Was it January?
January, yep.
January 2028. And then, look, man, the people get conspiracy theories all the time, but that's a bit weird. A week to the day they're partnering with Sony, like they're direct marketing partners. There's no way one didn't know what the other was doing and vice versa.
Oh, without
This
a
feels
doubt.
like hand in hand will come out with the biggest thing because I think the hope was announcing the GTA thing first, with it being the most anticipated thing that can take the punch because it can take the punch is what they were probably banking on that taking the brunt of it and then it doesn't seem as bad. Sony
Mhm.
comes out and it's just like, oh well, GTA is doing it, and they probably didn't expect the level of yeah, the level of backlash that they got. I think again, it's the hubris and
Yep.
they're just so unbelievably arrogant. And this is the thing of like what I've always said, like they've always been like that. They've just wound it in slightly throughout the PS4 generation because they've always overbitten really and tried to push it and yeah, push them limits. And it's back to that again because they feel safe is what it feels like. They don't feel like they're in any threat. They're so far ahead of their direct competition, and They're really banking on all of these people saying that they're not going to buy. That's why they've announced it so far ahead. We're in 2026. You've announced it a year and a half in advance. By that time, the grieving process would have been completed in their mind. You've gone through all them stages, and you'd be at acceptance by a year and a half. And I don't think they're probably really wrong with that. You've already seen so many people already, and this is the thing. Like, I don't know how to word this because I don't want it to sound like really dramatic. People would band together and like protest in person in like the 80s and 70s and stuff like that, and stuff would happen. It felt like you don't really get that now. There's the internet has like pacified people in a way. So there's a lot of people saying that they will do something, but I have very, very high doubts that that's going to follow through all the way to 2028. Because by the time you get to that point, they know that they have to have some big games lined up, and they will dangle them. And a lot of people, and it's even the thing, like, I'm not even blaming them for it either.
No.
Because this is the thing, there's a lot of people shaming them for that.
So stupid. They just love the hobby.
You fucking game to play the game. That is what the majority of the hobby should be. I get like wanting to own something, of course. That's a component, and it's not only just a component, it's a major identification of console gaming. It's been built off that from day dot. So to lose it, that's fucking huge. And I get there's gonna be definitely some people who just say fuck it. There will be, but there's gonna be the majority of those people by that time
Of
2028
course.
rolls around where it's going to be like, but I want to play The Last of Us Part
Yeah,
3.
of course.
I want to play the next, I don't know, Wolverine if they've announced a sequel to that if it's successful. So it's like, yeah, they know how passionate the hobby is and that they can probably get away with it. And that's why they've announced it so far ahead.
And there's nothing wrong with wanting to play those games and buying a system to play those games. It's like that's the thing that's really starting to bum me out about this conversation is the amount of infighting that is taking place. Where it's like, guys, like it's crazy to me to see in my comments so many people saying like, I had someone say that they said something to the effect of all of your takes ring hollow because you're helping support the all digital movement because I said that like I would buy the PlayStation 6 if The Last of Us 3 was exclusive. Ooh. It's
Ah,
a
we all thought that
hunt.
was CGI background.
It's fucking hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of physical PlayStation 5 games. Like anytime there's the option to support physical media, I support it. I You can't blame me. I'm in the top 1% of motherfuckers who are still buying physical media, like modern physical video games. And I'm not, listen, I understand it's a very passionate, very like it's one of those issues that right now people are just kicking and screaming in all directions. And it's like focus, focus, channel your energy in the right direction. PlayStation is the problem, not the guy who has spent thousands upon thousands of dollars supporting physical media for the PlayStation 5 and will continue to do so and is trying to figure out ways of like how the fuck can we figure this it's not that's not the right channel. That's not the right direction for your frustration. Keep on bombarding PlayStation with those. Like, I do agree with that. I don't think that, I've heard people call it cringe or corny or whatever. It's not going to do anything. It's like, fuck that. Who cares if it's not going to do anything? What else can you do? So I say keep that pressure up, apply pressure to make it to where it's so difficult for them to market their games because the comment section is just flooded. And every time you see a tweet or a post, there's like the little tag, what do they call it? Like the, you know, what is the thing called where it's like misinformation and you see
Oh,
the
they
little,
community note it?
yeah, they're all community noted like
Yeah.
that shit. I'm not saying it's going to reverse anything, but it's like to we can't do this infighting shit where it's like you're not
No,
doing enough. Like I saw that with Mystic Ryan as well. It's like, bro, Mystic Ryan is the same fucking person as me. Like, not not to say whatever, but like it's the same exact scenario. People like me and Mystic Ryan actually we put our money where our mouth is for years and years and years and supported physical media. You can't fucking blame us for this.
no,
It's
because
just
they've what people need to understand is that there's been loads of us on all platforms that have tried to extend it and support it and pay and pay. The problem is that for every one of us, there's 10 people who. It's not even the fact that they're buying digital games. That also obviously contributes to the factor, but like something I was talking to somebody with earlier is that they're selling that latest FIFA for 150 and an edition, and that's topping charts in
yeah.
regions. Everybody who's buying that edition, so they're already buying at 150. That's basically double the price of any standard single player game. If they're putting money down for that, it's you can maybe say this is overblown, but I really don't think it is. 90% of them people will put even more money into the game. If they're willing to
Oh
pay
yeah,
that
Ultimate
much
Team.
money, exactly. So for every one of us, you have them topping the region. So there's loads of them, and they're outspending us by tenfold. Like
Oh yeah.
it. That's one of the reasons. Then you have the tons of indie games that are releasing only digitally, that's contributing to that fight against us because they only print their physicals a year down the line. So there's going to be people who jump in, and you can double dip, of course, but that's still tagging a thing. So it's like we have really tried. Even me with on Xbox, it's only been the last year where I just basically held my hands up because I was looking at Amazon, and there was two factors to this where it's just like, what is the fucking point? Like for me doing this, because when I was looking at it, you look at PlayStation, it's like 10,000 copies sold, and then you look at the
Hmm.
Xbox thing, and it's 20 copies sold, and it's just like this is hopeless.
Yeah.
Like I may as well just wait as well because you're paying for these things, and some of them aren't releasing in great states. It's probably
Hmm.
best to just wait. They drop price pretty damn quick. And yeah, it's just like Christ, man. Like it's such an unbelievable uphill battle, and it's kind of exhausting. It's just like I just want to enjoy the hobby. And that's the thing of
Yeah.
like being guilt tripped into just enjoying, like it's just like I concede, man. And the
Yeah.
thing that I was okay with conceding is the fact that they went down that you're giving Play Anywhere support. That's enough of a
Hmm.
sweetener to me where it's like, all right, you're at least enhancing your digital shit. You're making it better than what PlayStation's offering. I can kind of respect that. You're at least trying to do stuff. You've announced with the recent thing of even bringing original Xbox games to Play Anywhere. So, like, to me, that's at least signaling, because that's like, I think Blinks or whatever, it's like from 2005. It's nice to see that you're at least keeping something that far back and moving it forward and stuff like that. It's like, I respect that. You're at least doing something with it. I can understand why a lot of PlayStation fans are pissed because there's digital games that they bought on PlayStation 3 that they're not available on PS4 for their accounts. They're not available on PS5 for their accounts. They're probably not going to be available on PS6. And it's just like they have so many glaring issues with, especially being the ones to charge forward, trying to force this change. I would probably argue they're the back of the pack for having the capabilities of actually fucking moving into a digital future. Their refund
Totally.
policy is fucking woeful.
Yep.
It's easily one of the worst. I don't know how Nintendo's is. This is why I can't say it is the worst. I don't know if Nintendo's is worse. But I know
Yeah.
Xbox, like, I've not refunded a lot of stuff, but every time I've gone for a refund, it's been greenlit. Like, I've never had an issue with anything, and it's baffling because there was a post of the person being like, well, you installed the game, so you can't have a refund. What do you mean? They didn't even boot into the fucking thing.
Yeah, totally.
Like,
Yeah, it's
this is insane. Like, how can you be confident in putting forward into the digital only age and your infrastructure is dreadful?
I mean, I don't think PlayStation gets enough flack for, even when you're talking about GTA 6, like I don't think PlayStation, a lot of people are still fixated on the Grand Theft Auto 6 thing, and it's like, dude, I don't give a fuck about that. That's one game. Like it sucks, and I went for their throat whenever that was announced. But like one publisher making one decision about one game, opposed to the console manufacturer who is like the de facto third party machine saying, "Hey, we're not going to have even the option for any game to ever print a disc for our next console." Like that's so much of a bigger deal, but it's and I'm not saying you have to be mad at one or the other, be mad at all of it for sure, but the amount of times I've seen people say PlayStation did this because of Rockstar, it's like, bro, no fucking world did PlayStation do this because of Rockstar. Like you said, it was a
It's
week.
a scratch your back, I scratch my back thing.
Yeah,
That is it. They, like I said, they wouldn't have made that decision without knowing. They deeply are rooted in partnership with them because it's the place on console where that game is played the most.
yeah,
So Rockstar's going to leverage that, and Sony's going to leverage that. So it's like, yeah, like, and of course, be pissed at Rockstar, but be arguably more pissed at PlayStation because it's
oh,
not one game they're killing. It's not. It's everything. And on top
everything.
of that, the thing that I don't think's been mentioned, I'm fairly certain this is true. As it stands, like a third party entity can't come in and just start printing games because you need the
No.
PlayStation's encryption thing, which they only
Yep.
have. So you can't have something because I saw a load of people turning around and go, it's fine, vinyls and stuff like that survive down the line. It's just
No.
like it's handled in such a different way because that's security based with PlayStation
Yep.
and stuff. Like they're securing their product. It's not a fucking CD that you just put in and listen to music. There's DRM, fucking layers upon layers of it. There's nobody that can come in and legally do that in the same way that you can't legally rip a fucking ROM onto a thing from GOG and then sell it. Like,
Exactly.
you can't, nobody can step in without them. And if Sony's doing this, they're doing it deliberately. Nobody's going to come in with an offer for them to turn around. We'll cover it. We'll print the stuff for you, and they will accept because they don't have any. They would fucking print it themselves if that was
Yep.
of any interest. They don't care. They
And
want
it's
100% of the cut. They don't want the secondhand market around because every single time something's sold on that market, they don't get jack shit.
yeah,
It's as simple as that. We already saw movements like this as well in the 360 era, where we saw EA try and fucking be a smart ass little bastard and put online passes in their game because they wanted to claw back any amount of money they could from secondhand sales. It was like, okay, well, if you end up selling Mass Effect 3 and the original owners input the code, you can't play the multiplayer then. Right, but I've paid for Xbox Live. It doesn't matter. You need to pay for the online pass, which is $9.99, and it's just like they've always, always, always resented that secondhand market, and they just have the balls now and the statistics, unfortunately, to back it up, where they can turn around and go, "It's no longer viable for us, guys." And like, if you take them to court, they have a fucking they've got the stats to back it up, unfortunately, where they would probably have a leg to stand on, and it would be very, very difficult because they came out with the EU commissioner thing. People were hitting them up, and they were like, "There's no like legal thing where they have to support physical, guys. Like,
no.
it's their choice. It's their product. They can sell it in any way that they wish. And yes, it fucking sucks if they rip that away from you, but it's their software to sell in the way and manner that they want."
Yeah, I think that, it's also annoying to me to hear like everybody say that PC is the solution to this or GOG is the solution to this. And it's like, no, it's not at all. Not the solution to this. You can say, hey, it's the better alternative if we're going to be in an all digital hellscape, then sure, like having multiple storefronts and more sales and more options and GOG actually allowing you to. I refuse to say they allow you to own it. I'll say they allow you to play it even if their storefront gets fucking shut down or, but like you said, to own something, you have to be, in my opinion, if I can't sell something, I can't own it.
Yeah,
Like,
I get that.
what does that even mean? What is ownership if you don't have rights to resell it? What I'm not, I haven't thought of this deeply, but just off the top of my head, like, can you think of anything you can own but not sell? Like, what in the real world do you own that you can't sell?
A
Like
Ferrari.
that,
Some of the Ferraris. Uh, but yeah.
but you could like unless you're leasing it, like if you actually own it, if you buy
No,
it, you can.
there is some of them high tier things where they're very, very like they don't even let you drive it. They only let you drive it on their specific things and stuff like that. That's what I was joking about. But yeah, for the obviously 99.999999999 recurring. Yeah, if you buy something, you're able to sell it.
Yeah,
That's what ownership is. So I get that. I get that. It's the the only thing, yeah, the only thing you can argue is like of any digital product, that is the one that you come closest to owning. That's it. That's the closest that you'll probably ever get. Because they're never ever gonna. I never see this. There's a lot of people that are like, well, maybe they can let us sell it down the line in the future. No,
hell no.
no, 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 no. Like they already hate the fact that you can gift because that allows you to then hit up a sale, and then if you're, you know, savvy or whatever, you can gift your friends stuff on cut. They already resent this. Why I don't think you can even gift on PlayStation, right? Again, another thing where it's a fucking decades behind everybody else. Um, yeah, and it just shows what they like. They don't want. They want to be selling you shit at the highest possible price. They've done that. Oh, what was it called?
Yeah, like
Something
the
price thing where if you like you don't buy anything, then they give you a deep discount. If you're buying
yeah,
a lot of shit, they stick a finger up at you and go, yeah, 5% off. You whale. Give us
yeah.
more money, bitch. We know you will. And it's just like, there's just so much wrong with it, and it is worrying. It's really worrying for console users because what I'll also say, because I've said this before, like obviously I was relatively evenly split between console and PC. Um, always have been of like, I don't hate console, I don't hate PC, I mean, and stuff like that. The reason that the digital push didn't hurt them as much is because you had the options. There was so many aspects where it fit. A closed wall only ecosystem. I believe this is gonna it's gonna be the same thing with like Phil Spencer not respecting exclusives. I think it's gonna blow up in your face big time. I think there's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna be pissed that if you don't make any like tweaks to the way that your digital storefront work and you just continue going in the way that it is, and you're just eliminating physical media, you're really, really fucking unappealing, and it doesn't really matter like what you're offering. There's gonna be a lot of people that are like, why the fuck am I spending money in this? Because I could see a scenario where they don't want to support backwards compatibility anymore. I don't think they ever really wanted to do that, PlayStation. Really, I don't think they wanted to keep bringing PS4 games forward because then they could resell you remasters in the next generation.
They'll definitely have backwards compatibility for digital, but I don't know what the hell they're going to do with physical. Like if they don't have a disk drive, like I think we're all going to have to buy our games again.
Yeah, and that's the thing of like they probably can't get away with that now because that ship has sailed. This is the next best thing, right? If they don't have a disc to digital thing,
Yeah.
your entire library behind you. If you ever wanted to, I can't pick out any name, but Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, for instance, you wanted to boot that up and give it a whirl on the PS6, you can't. You'd need to rebuy it.
And if I'm being honest, like I, I don't think the disc to digital thing makes any sense whatsoever unless you are going to continue supporting physical media going forward.
No,
You know what I mean?
I
Like,
don't think it's that. I think it's playing it really safe and not wanting to like step on a fire. Because if you cut it out, they were maybe worried. Like Xbox can't take a fucking huge lawsuit with the profit margins that they're running at now. So if they went forward and was the one spearheading it, and they get a lot of more negative shit thrown their way than Sony seems to, and then if they were taken to court and they lost that, because every single person who's bought a physical would be eligible for like compensation then, if you were trying to go through with that. Because you're turning around and going, well, we're not. We've said that we're going to support backwards compatibility and your stuff moves forward with you, and then you're going to kill libraries and libraries worth of shit. You could have been liable. Obviously, it doesn't seem like you can be that now, but it's like you don't know where that thing will land. It's kind
no,
of being very risky.
what I'm saying is like I don't really understand it at all in terms of like I understand it for the Series X because there's a disk drive. And so if you're like converting all of your stuff to digital there and then it transfers forward whenever you buy a Helix because you already converted it
Mhm,
through your Series X, that makes total sense
mhm.
because there's already a disk drive in the Series X. But like I don't understand at all a Helix having a disk drive or the PS6 having a disk drive
No, the Helix
unless
won't have
they're
a disk drive. That's why they're doing it.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like I understand the disc to digital thing now.
Mhm.
Like if PlayStation were to come out now and say, "Hey, put all of your damn discs in your PS5, it'll convert it to digital and you'll carry that forward for the PS6. That's how we're going to do it." It's like, yeah, I get that. But I wouldn't understand either company doing a disc to digital thing at all for next gen unless they were going to continue to support physical media. So it's like I think that I don't think PlayStation's going to do either, is what I'm saying.
No, because they've
Like
not
I don't
announced it. That's like they
yeah,
would have announced it with the thing. So like
exactly.
again, like I said, like they're so far behind every like they it feels like in one hand, there's no way that they made this a knee jerk reaction. They would have talked about this for ages. You're such a huge company. This isn't something that you just fucking write on a post-it note and then it just flies through. But it still feels like at the other side of the thing, you've not thought it through. It feels like because there's so much stuff up in the air. It was such a weird announcement of like it's just an umbilical cord cut and there's nothing being answered. That you didn't answer any query and they've been fucking radio silent as well about it as usual. That's how they seem to handle things. But that's really not good because there's people worrying about well I've invested with like you for instance hundreds thousands in physicals. Well what's going to happen to them? If I'm going to support your next thing, what happens to these? Do these still work? Do I need to keep the PS5? Because a lot of people, which I don't think I've not seen anyone mention this, a lot of people, especially in this economy moving forward, you're going to have to use the fucking value of your PS5 to fucking finance a chunk of that off if it's going to be the price that it is.
Totally.
So they're going to have to relinquish the device that holds discs to the one that doesn't.
Yeah.
So they need to know that there needs to be these questions answered. I think that's like one of the biggest things I genuinely resent about Sony is like they don't. I get Xbox talks too much. They need to do less, but Sony don't say a fucking thing. And that thing
Uh-uh.
breaking with Alana Pierce of like gag orders basically.
Yeah.
I maybe this sounds extra. I think that should be illegal. If I'm being honest, like that you are a consumer and you're not being allowed an answer because they just don't want to answer it. Like
Yeah.
they're choosing to do something that is so bad, and they know it's bad. That's why they've done the fucking gag order. If it wasn't bad, and the Insomniac thing as well, I saw. I don't know if you saw the information that they were at San Diego Comic Con and they did their panel thing, and every time they've done like public appearances and stuff, they do Q&As after. They just cut it short and fucked off. They're not allowed to talk because they know that if they did that Q&A, what would be the first thing that someone's going to say when they pick up the mic? And then the next person, and
Yeah,
the next person, the next, and it's just like, I just, I said as well, I think the finance things at the end of the month, right? They're cool or whatever it is. I didn't think that they would make any noise until after that. You want to control that call as much as possible because there's going to be investors coming in being like, there's a lot of shit being said. And then they need to try and like calm the situation and reinforce that this is the way forward. And if they don't calm that room, then you may see announcements about certain changes. Maybe they push it back, maybe they don't. But like, I don't know, man. I don't feel like they're going to change anything because
no.
there's a thing of like the other aspect is they're trying every single possible measure to also cut costs on that next thing and ripping out a disk drive. As little as it is, it all adds up.
Oh yeah,
So that's
it's $100.
exactly on every single fucking unit.
Yeah.
And it's the thing of like where that benefits them and the consumer by having a lower priced product. It also benefits them even further because then they're not going to be losing out on them sales. So it's like, yeah, it's just
And
insane.
it does benefit the consumer greatly. And they shouldn't ship it with a disk drive, but they should like you should be able to buy it. You should like just with the PlayStation 5 Pro, a detachable disk drive. That should have always been the option. You absolutely should be cutting cost everywhere possible. Don't, just let us use our PS5 controller with the PS6. Let us like all of these little things that can cut cost. Let us do that. But
Can you
don't fucking
can you not use a PS4 controller on a PS5?
yeah, but I'm saying like
Okay.
have an option to where you don't have a PlayStation 5 controller bundled in. So you
Uh,
cut costs there. You cut all these different fucking ship it in a damn brown paper bag. Whatever the fuck, cut costs by all means possible, but allow for options. You know what I mean? It takes 2 seconds to attach a disk drive to the PS5 Pro. I hate tinkering. I fucking despise it. It's absolutely not how I want to spend any time with this hobby whatsoever. I did it in 2 seconds. Watched a 10-second short on YouTube and it was over. And like having those options available for us so that we can have just like, the only real ownership for this industry whatsoever is to own a physical copy. It's the only form of ownership, period, bar none. And so I don't know, man. I think that if we're going to be locked into an all digital, dystopic future, then I think you do look at something like GOG or Steam or just the PC ecosystem in general with the competition through Epic giving you free games and GOG giving you
free games via Prime.
what's the word I'm looking for? GOG giving you I refuse to say ownership, but like there's something
Further
in
flexibility than other storefronts.
yeah, GOG allowing you to play their game even if the store shuts down. Steam giving you all these discounts and all these cool features and forums and awesome reviews and all of these cool little, trinkets in the Steam ecosystem that you don't really get in other ecosystems. And like having all of that available on PC, it does become much more, but here we go again, right? Of the arrogance. PlayStation says, cool, you want to go to PC? You you want to get something as powerful as a PlayStation 6? You want to go to PC and do that right now? In this climate, you're going to pay double. Have fun. And it's just true. It's the economy of
Yeah,
scale. Like
it rings a
there's
little bit less because it's going to be fucking expensive as well. Like that argument starts to hit less and less if you're talking about 1,000, 1,100. If they're having it still be priced at that because you can get a fine enough PC for like 1,500.
but you won't be able to like if you want if you're wanting to say, okay, hey, I want to really be able to take advantage of next gen video games. If there are going to be like real next gen video games, which that's something I kind of doubt is going to happen whatsoever. I think PlayStation's main competition is going to be the PS5. And so I think if we're in a future where, like, let's just say this hypothetical world where we do have companies who are like, yeah, fuck it, Witcher 4 only on PS6 and Xbox Helix, and like you're not going to be able to play this on lesser powered devices. If you want a fucking PC that is as powerful as a PlayStation 6, you're going from 1,000 to 2,000. And it's just like every time I've had people in the comments like, no, it's not true. You can get that. I'm like, link it, show me. And they never respond. There's never a response because it doesn't exist. Every time I've went and looked this up and Googled and chat GPT'd and I'm like, build it out for me. It doesn't exist. It's fucking I'm not, for a PS5 Pro, sure. Because they don't give a fuck about the PS5 Pro. They're not taking a loss on that thing. But for a base, even now, it's $700 for a PS5, a base PS5. You're talking about close to double to get a PC of that similar performance. And it's just the economy of scale. They can take losses because they have their digital storefront. The only person or the only company who could have done that was Valve. And for whatever reason, they just were like, no, we don't like the subsidy model because, we are, I don't know, Gabe needs another yacht or whatever it's like they just don't, that's not, they don't like the subsidy model. And so whenever you have aggressive console manufacturers who are like, yeah, we're gonna take a little bit of a loss on this thing. That's just who can do that in the PC space other than Valve, unless Epic launches a damn pre-built PC, which I don't think they're gonna do that. Then maybe they should, but
No, I don't think they will. I think the also what kind of came to light was the fact that I don't think selling the hardware was really ever the main goal for the Steam machine. Seeing that they just dropped the OS separately, they just want that to
couldn't
start.
they have just done that?
No, but they obviously the idea was that the prices wouldn't fucking skyrocket to the point, and you've already begun develop. You can't just yank that either, so you have to follow it through. But that's why they just I think that was the idea is that you have that, and now you're probably going to look at in the next like 5 years with how you buy any pre-built PC and it's Windows installed. I reckon there's probably going to be people who partner directly with Valve because you can already get there's loads of people who've already built more powerful hardware, installed it on, and then like linked it and been like, you can do this yourself. You don't have to buy a Steam machine. You can have something that packs a bigger punch and it costs fucking less than what they're demanding. And it's a proper, fully fledged PC. It's not a little tiny box and stuff like that. But yeah, I think that was like their goal is to get that. But even then, like that's look, man, Steam's popular and stuff. Windows is like used by businesses as well, primarily. Like maybe you can claw a few of the gamers over, but a lot of people, as much as they like to, as PC gamers, be like, yeah, we tinker and stuff like that. There's a lot of them that just don't give a shit about like reinstalling a fucking operating system and like gutting
No.
that. Because especially like moving to the SteamOS is fine. Like that's not too much of a teething. It would be if like you didn't like it. Moving back to Windows is a fucking pain. Like, so yeah, it'll be interesting to see where that lands. I wanted to highlight back onto the PlayStation quickly before moving on, and it's interesting that they've announced obviously the disc thing ending, prices. People don't know what the fuck it's going to be. If it's going to be like a home console, it's going to be fucking damn expensive. Because if these ones are already rising the way that they are, what was it? Asher said that the memory is going to double again or whatever it is by the end of the year. Like it doesn't look good. My only like afterthought was, are we looking at things slightly wrong? Like it's not actually going to be a home console then, and it's just going to be a pure full-fledged handheld?
Probably.
Because they announced, what was it for Horizon low power mode or something. There
Yep.
was something that came out that leaked or whatever, or if it was officially announced, I'm not sure. Where it's running it in a very optimized state, and like maybe you could look at that and be like, yeah, it's probably for like the Steam Deck compatibility or whatever because it's on Steam with Horizon and stuff like that. Maybe, but like it gets more and more. It feels like it's gonna get more and more true by the day that you can't really. You're not gonna make a handheld that can slot a fucking PS5 disc in it, are you?
Yep.
Like that's just not feasible. And they sure as shit aren't gonna start printing cartridges. That's for damn sure
No.
because they don't have that method. So they would have to build that all from scratch. That would be a fucking monumental like cost to get that up off the ground, have the machines all get programmed to do what it needs to do for what's already, as harsh as it sounds, a shrinking consumer base compared to digital. And yeah, I think there might be a scenario where that PS6 they've looked at it and like we can't sell this obviously for 1100, 1200, whatever it's going to roll up being, and we don't want to take a fucking huge hit on each unit. You could compress down a little bit of a compact handheld and have it be slightly more powerful than the Switch. All it needs is a tiny bit more juice, and maybe you can sell that for like 700, 800.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's I wish they would have just announced it all at once.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Because now we're sitting here. If
Speculating.
that's the scenario, then I can kind of understand that. Like I don't like it, but I could kind of be like, yeah, okay, well, the fuck would we even expect? You know, like it just that's the weird part, right? Where if they are saying straight up the PlayStation 6 is a handheld, it's like, well, of course it's not going to have physical media. Nobody would even, people would be like, damn, well, that sucks. But I don't think we would even really have like, we wouldn't have a leg to stand on. Our argument would be immediately deflated. So, well, what do you expect them to do? Go to cartridge? Like, no, they're not going to go to fucking cartridges. And so I think that I almost wonder if they're going to do a PSP2 in 2027 and then a PS6 in 2028 or something of that ilk, where it's like, here's the handheld variant for $700, whatever, and we're going to be competitive with the Switch 2 in that market in terms of price. And then we're going to have our more premium device that is competitive in terms of power with Helix and PC. And so, like, but why not just say it? Like, I don't, I don't really think that there was any, because if the idea is to say, okay, well, we want to get the bad PR now, I don't think you would have gotten nearly as much bad PR if you just, here's the handheld.
um, I think you would have because the announcement is it's not just going to be affecting next gen; it's also affecting PS5, right? And you think of
How?
how long the PS4 cross gen lasted, and they were still getting prints, right?
Oh, okay.
Well,
I
the
get what you're saying.
PS5. So I think there still would have been very, very angry people. But at the end of the day, you would have had any anything to be like, oh, I like any thread to be able to try to understand the fucking reasoning. And right now there is none. It's just like we said, we're just sitting here speculating because it's like trying to make sense of it. Like, the realistic thing, yeah, it probably is just greed. But like, are you really willing to fucking step on the rake that hard for that? Like, have you really reached that level of arrogance? Perhaps, but
Yeah.
yeah, because that's the only thing that like would make sense is if it was a handheld, and maybe they hold out because I don't even think they would launch it in 2028 if it's a handheld with the with the full fledged system. It'll probably be 2029, 30.
And I think that's smart. Like if that was their move, I think that is very sound logic because nobody's going to move if they don't move. That's the thing that like people don't understand about this whole idea of ultra powered PC, Helix ultra power. It's like, no, you don't, you're not going to get games that take advantage of that in a major way until PlayStation moves, until Nintendo moves. If Nintendo has a console that is that powerful, if PlayStation has a console that's that powerful, then yeah, the games you're playing will be that powerful. Developers are making games for Nintendo Switch 2 and for PlayStation 5. Nothing else. And like, of course, you're making games that you can port to PC, port to Xbox, but they're developing it for a PlayStation 5, for a Nintendo Switch 2, because that's the power range that the majority of people are on, or even less than that. So if you're creating something right now for a current gen audience, you're creating it for those two devices specifically. Like that is your target demographic. And then yeah, you can tinker a little bit with it on PC and get it to run a little bit better and get better ray tracing or whatever the case may be, but you're not going to get like this idea that okay, if PSP2 is what PlayStation moves on and they just continue supporting PS5 until 2032, whatever, all the publishers are just going to continue supporting PS5 until 2032. Like, there's not going to be some drop off where it's like, oh, well, fucking, I'm sorry, but Red Dead Redemption 3, it was gonna be on PlayStation 6, but since you didn't upgrade with technology, it's like Rockstar be like, fuck no. We are trying to sell this thing to tens of millions of people.
No,
There's not
we had an entire generation PS4 that hung on for dear life, and things like we said, like with Cyberpunk, it would have probably benefited the quality of the game if they didn't have to keep that in mind, but they didn't have the luxury of fucking doing that because so many people were on the PS4 and hadn't upgraded because of obviously all the various different reasons. It's just like, well, they're not going to leave all that fucking money on the table, are they?
no.
That's stupid.
Yeah, and I think that that's kind of one of the things that bums me out about them killing manufacturing for even PS5 discs. It's like I could maybe understand to some degree if you're saying, "Hey, we're launching a PSP2 that's going to be our main console in 2028 or 2027 or even say 2028 and we're not going to have an actual PS6 until 2032." It's like, well, fuck. Okay, by the time we get to 2032 and you've just had this handheld thing that's all digital, it's like yeah, by that point, I would assume the numbers start making a lot more sense to go all digital. But why not keep production around for PS5 discs and give publishers at least the fucking option of saying, "Hey, yeah, you know, it's where we'll release The Witcher 4 for PS5. Like, and we'll put it
And
on a
that's just
disc and it
where
won't."
it kind of like where we're trying to like put our heart into like the choice and the reasoning, and it's just like it's probably again it's just greed, isn't it? It's like if they're gonna rip the band-aid off, they'll just rip it off entirely.
Yeah.
And the margin breakdown has got to a point where they're probably pretty confident that half or under half who are buying physical will just accept it and convert and just be like, okay, fuck it.
Yeah.
Because their mindset is like they have all the data, whether or not people feel like they skew it or whatever. They're looking at it, and if there's accounts that have, I don't know, say 70% digital, 30% physical, it's just like, well, it's highly likely that you just give them a little bit of a shove, and they're not gonna really mind. They'd be pissed off, but they're not gonna fucking boycott and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, where do you go? That I think that is
Yeah,
what they're relying on more than anything is that concept of where do you go?
I see it
And
constantly of people being like, Xbox, you can like get the easiest W, and it's just like, have you not been paying attention for the past fucking 13 years?
yeah,
They were the ones that fucking started assembling this snowball at the top of the cliff. They
Yeah.
just fucking they dropped a rock on their foot while doing it and delayed their plan basically. They don't want physical to fucking exist any more than PlayStation does.
Yeah. And I mean, you know, Nintendo needs a little bit of smoke as well. Like that key card situation that they rolled out with the Switch
Yeah,
2. It's like,
well, I
sure,
was
it's a
very
better option than nothing, but it's like, you're this massive physical media advocate. It's like, I guess you go there, but even then, like, as I'm thinking, like, Nintendo Switch 2 will probably be my primary console, I'm like, this fucking sucks. I'm going to be playing worse versions of these games. I'm going to be getting a key card that I really don't. I mean, you do. I think that's more ownership than what GOG is offering and shit like that. But it's like it's still not ideal ownership whatsoever. It's not
no, because it's the
at
other
all
half, isn't it?
preservation.
It's the other half of it. It's like you can sell it, but you can't fucking.
Preserve it.
The moment that them servers shut off, that's a toothpick. You can scratch your
Totally.
ass with it, and that's about it. Like, there's nothing that offers. Um,
Totally.
yeah, it's just rough. It's it's yeah. That's why I was so critical of it when it was first announced. There were some people that were like, "Yeah, give it a chance. It's an option." It's just like whenever they make a step in this direction like that, that's not the final step. That's just the start.
Yeah.
Like, and this is why like you always need to, and it unfortunately it's the thing of like it makes you look like an arsehole when you sit there and just be like, oh, I'm miserable all the time. Like the key card come out and I was like, oh, this is fucking stupid. This is
Yeah.
bad. And then you have a lot of other people like, but it's an option. It's like I don't trust any of these companies, man. I don't have any loyalty to them. They mean nothing to me in the same way that I mean nothing to them. Like I'm a bit of ink on a piece of paper, or in more modern terms, they don't even use paper because that's physical. I'm a fucking a piece of font on a computer is more apt. Like they don't they want your money. That's it. And the more money they can get from you, the better. And that's why like Nintendo's started that now. Nintendo's so far behind, but they're far behind with everything, performance and stuff like that. They've been able to kind of navigate through this. Like you're seeing PlayStation and fucking Xbox almost burst at the seams of like price increases, and Nintendo's kind of like stabilized a little bit more. There's no doubt going to get price increases more themselves, but their weaker hardware costs less to make, so they're able to kind of be like, yeah, we're kind of weathering it a little bit better. And because they're so far behind, they're only just now releasing what I would consider they're pretty shit physical options of game key cards, whereas with Xbox, that's you've had tons of fucking online only dependent
Oh
physical
yeah.
prints. Same with PlayStation. So like they're only just beginning to get that ball rolling. So you're looking at Nintendo maybe the next decade, fine. Decade after that, probably not. But yeah, it's just not. When they
The
start
weird
making that
thing,
move, it's kind of inevitable because that nobody's and they won't. This is the realistic thing. Nobody, the entire fan base isn't going to go no because they want to play the fucking games.
of
And the
course,
publishers who are like all these big third parties that skipped the Switch one are utilizing them game keycards because they're cheap to put their games on, and they're able to sell them. And there's a hungry, rabid fan base that if they only gamed on the Switch, they never experienced a lot of these third party titles that are getting like re-released and stuff like that. I think Square's doing all of their stuff as well. I think the stuff already released on the Switch one, but like Octopath and stuff, I think they're all game keycards, if I'm not mistaken, which is fucking wild.
the weirdest thing to me with Nintendo and PlayStation is like their first party stuff is excellent physically. Like all of it is excellent. And complete on disc or card or whatever. But yeah, it's just so odd to me that like they're not. I don't really understand it. I don't really understand why commit so much to like great physical builds and when all the PlayStation trailers for their first party stuff, you see the physical disc at the end of the physical copy, the box copy at the end of the trailer, and it's like almost like marketing as like this is where you buy your physical video games and shit. And it is really, really weird. It's a weird, rapid, quick change of pace that
Just
I
shows the
wouldn't have
mentality
expected.
shift, right? From, was it Yoshi? Was his name Yoshi?
Shuhei Yoshida.
That was it. Yoshi, I think, is Final Fantasy guy. Um, where they did the disc thing and handed it. Like that
Yep.
was. I want to get it abundantly clear as well. That's still corporations manipulating. Like it benefits. It's not out of like love. That's just the
Totally.
easiest fucking PR slam dunk of all time. Like
Yeah.
Xbox handed them that on a fucking silver platter. But that level of let's make sure that we represent and care for that side of the community has fucking dissolved, it feels like, since that announcement. Because the GTA thing, right? They re-uploaded the thing to make sure it didn't have a disk drive. That,
Hmm.
to me, the moment I saw that, I was like, okay, that's just telling. I know that it's a code in the box, but you are the partner, right, of this. That's your product, and you've decided to alter that to make sure that you're, because that's subliminal messaging. That's the biggest
Hmm.
piece of entertainment, and you don't want it associated with a disc. Even though it's a code
Well,
in the box, I get that, but you don't
I
want your
think
disc
that's
drive.
Rockstar. I think that's Rockstar being like, yo, get
Yeah,
that fucking disk drive the fuck off. Because once again, PlayStation is still posting the shit with the disk drive on all of their stuff. Like
but
that's
that's
the
just a
weird thing.
subliminal drop, though. That's the perfect for both of them. If you're going to tie it with any piece of thing, it's going to be the one that has the most amount of eyes on it. And that kind of just ingrains into the casual, because it's not going to make an effect on you or me. But anybody who maybe is sitting on PS4 still, and then they look at that, and then that's, they don't do the level of research that we do. There's been people posting up pictures of where they've bought fucking digital PlayStation and discs with it, and they don't have the disc drive because they don't know. They're completely casual, and that's a failure on whoever's sold them that, because I think that's GameStop. Like you would think that if you're selling, fucking tell them they need a disc drive for this. Maybe the point is that they will return to the store to buy the disc drive, and you can try and sell them something else when they return. But like it's just subliminal messaging for the most casual players to make sure that they don't have that associated anymore, that the disc drive is what I
It's
feel.
just weird, man. It's weird that there's still like they're marketing the disk drive still in all of their posts and trailers and like I it's fucking weird. Like the whole thing is weird because they are the home for physical video games for third-party developers for like premier, premium, AAA style games. And I listen, I'm not saying that they're gonna suffer some great failure with the PlayStation 6. Like I've seen that and I just it's
That's
like
why I
we got to
highlighted
be
it at the
realistic to
beginning
some degree.
with the FIFA comparison, is that we may buy these physicals, but they outspend us by
And it's
such large margins that yeah, they'll feel a hit.
and it's like it what are we talking about when we say that though? Is it like I because I do think it's going to be the worst selling PlayStation of all time, PlayStation 6, unless they just have a crazy lineup. Because, and I'm not even saying the physical is the main reason for that.
Yeah,
The
but that,
price is the
I
main
was about to
reason for
say,
that.
but yeah, that's what also people have been leaving out. It's like if you, again, not supporting it, it's just putting on like the Sony hat. If you were ever gonna do something stupid like this on any generation, it would be one that seems like it's gonna fucking sell and struggle the most. You probably just bundle that in and just weather that storm is the idea. I would imagine is
That
why they're
is
doing it.
true.
They're
Yeah.
sitting there like, we're projecting this thing's gonna sell like shit because we can't get
Yeah.
this price down. What better way to do that than just take a fucking punch on the chin,
Damn. That's probably exactly, I didn't even think about that
rip
angle.
the
That's
physicals
probably
away,
exactly what's happening.
and then let the live service people keep us afloat. And by the time The Last of Us Freeze ready, the majority of those people that have dug their heels in, and if by some miracle they haven't bought a thing, they would have. You're not gonna. You can't. You can't not
No.
experience that if you're that
Yeah.
much of a fucking diehard fan. So yeah, it's just like it's just why I said in some ways it feels like they've not thought it through. In other ways, it does feel like there are elements where there's probably a lot of thought put behind it.
Yeah, I think what you just said is probably exactly the scenario, and I didn't even really consider that of them looking ahead and saying, okay, we have an existing hardcore user base of, let's say, 65 million, who are we're absolutely certain these 65 million players are going to buy a PlayStation 6. And we need to keep this thing at a reasonable price. Reasonable. Who the fuck knows what that means for next generation technology, but at a reasonable price. And the only way we can justify taking a loss on the console to such a degree is to say, okay, hey, every game that was sold at, for our first party stuff selling at $45 that we would get from it, now we're going to get 70 from all of those first party games, and now we're going to get, $20 more, $15 more from all of the third party sales on top of it. So maximizing the amount of, profit per hardcore user, that might be the angle that they're looking at this from, of saying, can we, that 65 million who we're certain will buy this thing, how do we make as much money from that user base as possible? And we're aware that we're going to let go of 40 million people, 50 million people. That has to be fucking terrifying. But at the same time, like, how, just speaking from a business standpoint, a business mindset, like, what else do you do right now? Do you just say, hey, it's $1,800 and then you just punt the entire generation away? And it's like, no, no one's gonna buy this thing. Fuck it, it's $1,800. Or because I know they will absolutely take a loss on the PlayStation 6 at launch. Like, there's no doubt about that. But it's just like, even that,
I don't even think it's gonna be because before what was it PS3 they were taking huge loss. I don't think it will be that because they just
no, they
can't.
don't have to.
They can't. Well, they also can't with how investments work and stuff like that. Your investors would fucking start pulling out big time. They'd be so worried that you're taking that with this paired and stuff like that with a hit. Like it's yeah, you wouldn't be able to bring that forward as a suggestion. They'll take a tiny loss, a little loss. It the only way I see it, and they've already began making these, is the payment plan method things. That's why they've started to like really pair up with payment providers and have that be the monthly breakdown thing. I think that's going to be how the majority of people enter next gen. I think this is going
Yeah.
to be the first time ever where the majority of people like that already people don't buy stuff outright. The majority of your fan base cannot afford to just drop and even 800 for people having to finance it. So anything higher than that is almost guaranteed that almost everybody is going to have to fucking do that. Because who the fuck has 1200 just lying around that you can just burn and not feel and not suffer and stuff like that? Any other aspect of life is just not happening. So
Totally.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's as I said, like this generation has been the fucking weirdest. There's been no generation like it
No,
with the
not even close.
fluctuations, the changes that have happened, prices rising. It's just insane. And like identity shifting. They put eggs in some baskets and have taken them baskets away and stuff like that. It's just yeah. I wouldn't have been able to predict 90% of the shit that happened this gen. At the very
No.
beginning, it's been a complete shock, to put it simply.
Yeah, great games and horrible, horrible business. It's kind of like the industry is in flames while all of these developers are making incredible product. It's they got to be kicking themselves right now where the indie market and even the AA and AAA space in a lot of respects are making great, great, great fucking software, but the hardware side of things is imploding. And it's like, we're never going to have a video game crash or anything like that, but it's it does have to be scary where you're entering into a new generation and for forever, since fucking Atari. Like the whole idea is, yeah, we're gonna move forward as the console manufacturers move forward. And now it's like, I don't think that's smart. If I'm a publisher, if I'm a CEO of someone like Saber or someone like whichever, double A, triple A, indie, it doesn't matter. Like I don't believe I'm going to be looking at next generation as something that I want to invest in. You know what I mean? I will have versions
None of them
available.
should have confidence. There should be nobody being like, yeah, we're confident that we're going to be okay through the PS6 and Helix. Because even Helix, you don't even know what the fucking thing is. Still, really, it's still complete 90% question marks because they've obviously come in and said that they're making chopping and changes to it,
Yeah.
supposedly. So you don't even know what that's going to be, what it's going to look like. So like
I
it
wonder if
is
it's
just other than Nintendo, because they had that staggered, they don't release alongside within that kind of 1 year window of each other. They march to the beat of their own drum and kind of predict what Nintendo's going to be doing for a little bit. Fuck knows what the other two are doing, which is where the majority of big third party, high profile games sell.
yep. Yep. It's and you look at what Valve said directly, where was it like 80% of their player base is operating on something weaker than a PS5 and a Series X. So it's like, guys, I mean, what do we do? Do we just say fuck moving forward with graphical fidelity and like maybe that is the solution? I mean, I think Nintendo's been right all along, even when you go back to the HD era where everyone is moving to HD and Nintendo's like, yeah, you're ballooning budgets on these games and I just don't think it's sustainable. Like I think Nintendo's kind of had a more of a right idea than the rest for the longest time in terms of sustainability. But at the same time, Nintendo makes significantly less money than even Xbox, And so the like you said, third party games sell the most on PlayStation, PC, and Xbox. And Nintendo is like primarily reliant on their first party software. So I don't know if you can necessarily say one business model has it figured out more than the other, but I do think in terms of moving forward, maybe the play is just, hey, here's a fucking handheld. It's about as powerful as a PS5, and we're going to continue supporting the PS5, and our publishing partners will continue doing so for the next 7, 8 years.
Yeah, it's just, it still sucks if that's the case because there's obviously, I would highly doubt, like, you don't want it to be a handheld. You prefer it to be a fucking thing you hook up to the TV like a normal console. Like, there's a lot of people that just don't really enjoy handheld gaming.
I don't want it to be anything. I don't want it to exist. I don't want the Helix to exist. I don't want this to exist. I just punt. I don't understand the idea of this at all. I mean, I get it. You're locked into these contracts and they can sue you for billions of dollars if you don't launch the system. But like,
Hmm.
fuck, man.
Well, that as
I don't
well, when
know.
you're entirely reliant upon them. You don't make your own stuff. You get your shit from them. That's the big thing
Yeah.
as well. It's not just walking away from the money. It's highly unlikely to happen, but like if you broke contract and AMD were like, well, we're never working with you again.
No,
Like, but that's the thing. Like we can say no, but that is a possibility.
it's
Like,
not. That they would it would just be they would get sued out the ass, but that would just be like a business thing. It'd be like, hey, this is what we have to do, and we'll circle back around when the time comes. It's just,
mm,
I mean, they are such high profile. Like it's one of those things where if you're talking about a company like Asus or something like that, sure. You know what I mean? Where you're gonna sell 45,000 of these things, and if Asus piss someone off, it's like fuck you, get away. We don't want to deal with you. But PlayStation or Nintendo, you're not gonna ever turn down PlayStation or Nintendo or even Xbox.
No, but I mean the threat of it being there to then rein them back in, because that's the thing that PlayStation are entirely dependent upon them. They don't hold the reins. Like, yes, they have that install base, but you have no like if they wanted to apply more pressure, if you piss them off with that and cost them a lot of money and break thingy, that renegotiation contract that's not going to be favorable to you. They'll fucking milk you dry because they know
Nah,
you can't walk. I do believe that the companies aren't friends.
it's not a thing of friends, Loon. It's super high level business.
Yeah,
It's like
and that's why they
you're
can leverage it, and that's why they can't cancel the contract at all. That's why they have to move forward with that plan. They have to release the shit, whether or
it's
not
because
it's
they don't want to get sued. It's not because of like any sort of the terms wouldn't if it that's all going to be dependent on hardware pricing. If the AI bubble pops, AMD and all them are going to be crawling back to PlayStation, Nintendo, and Xbox. Like right now we're just in such a they don't give a fuck about PlayStation, Nintendo, or Xbox because they're making so much money through AI. That's not going to last for another 10 years. You know what I mean? Like this technology is so fucking overhyped and oversold. It's not it's progressing, but it's not progressing at the rate that any of these CEOs were expecting. And that's why you're seeing investments being pulled left, right, and center from AI. It's not at all going to be the thing that we were hoping for or expecting. It's going to be productive in some areas, but like spreadsheets and analytics and shit like that. It's not progressing rapidly enough to maintain this level of investment for another decade, you know? So they're going to come crawling back to PlayStation, Nintendo, Xbox, and trying to make sure that they're in good graces with these companies. But it's not even a thing of like in good graces with one another in any way, shape, or form. They're just going to do big high level business shit. It's they none of them are wanting to be on anyone's bad side whatsoever. And they're just not going to be on each other's bad side. It's too high level for that type of oh you pulled out, you broke contract, we're going to tax you an extra 10%, 15%. It's just not going to happen. They would pay the multi-billion dollar fucking fine or the multi-billion dollar contract that they would owe them for breaking terms, but then as soon as they wanted to circle back for the PS6, it would be business as usual. It just it's just not going to happen because they don't want to pay billions upon billions of dollars to AMD. They would rather just say fuck it. We'll launch the console, not have success with it, but at least we're not, where we're not going to be down billions.
yeah. I don't know. I'm not as confident in saying it in that as much definitively. I feel like there is a possibility chance that if they were to have, but they're not going to, they're not going to break that contract. But I do feel like there would be pressure applied because they can't exist without them.
I mean, they could. They're not the only option.
You'd have to rebuild your entire architecture of it. It entirely depends upon AMD right now for PlayStation.
Yeah,
All of your
but
infrastructure, like that's why I say they are solely dependent upon them. It would cost even more money to redesign everything. All of the shit that is compatible won't be compatible. So
for
like
sure.
that's what I mean. Like they have so much power. That's why they will not break it. But if they did, you would piss them off. And I do think that they would put a little bit of a fund to say, don't do that again.
No, they wouldn't. But
Um,
it would be a scenario like it's all the AI thing right now. The AI thing is they have all the power because of the AI thing. That they don't have that type of power whatsoever without AI being what it is. But who knows for how long AI is going to be what it is? It might be like investors are these damn CEOs are very charismatic people and
no,
they
they
can
always
sell
be
water
this.
to a
Yeah,
whale.
it's like Steve Jobs. He like he did great things, but like a lot of the shit that he took credit for, he didn't do himself. It's the
Yeah.
people fucking working behind the scenes and stuff like that. It's just he was very, very. He was a very powerful figure. There was people, I don't know if you've seen it, where they've spoken about emails that he sent and the amount of cutthroatness in these CEOs, and that's why I'm saying it wouldn't surprise me if they turned around and said 1% more, 2% more, because they are fucking ruthless. They know they hold the chips when you're
They
dependent
hold the
upon
chips
them.
now for sure. They hold the chips now due to the AI thing, without a doubt. But it's the thing of like it's not advancing, but it's still being sold. Like it's still being the fucking CEOs, like I said, really charismatic motherfuckers are delivering this message that it's the future. And I can't sit here definitively and tell you it's not the future. It doesn't look like it's advancing to be the future we thought it was, but who knows? If you invest another $90 billion, will that be the turn that it takes? And now we're really sitting in a world where you have fucking robots performing open heart surgery more effectively than surgeons, and you have, like, sure, I have no idea what the capability limit is for AI, but I do know that at some point, just like the NFT thing, just like all of these other sort of fads, I don't think AI is to that degree, but it's definitely it's it's oversold at this point for sure what it's capable
Oh
of.
yeah, because they need
Uh,
the fucking astronomical amount of funding. I think it will reach more than we can imagine because it's something that it would be like you introducing the printing press for the first time when it was for and being like you don't understand like how much that's gonna cut costs and fucking speed shit up because you can't think that far ahead. We're in that type of era at the moment where we've never had this really. We've never had something introduced. Maybe the internet is a thing that you can probably acquaint that to, where you if you when it was very first introduced, you wouldn't then have said, yeah, in 2026, all these things would have been achieved in the 20, 30 years and stuff like that. It's, yeah, it's just, it's not ready right now. And they're fucking milking it dry and they know that they're milking it dry. There are people wisening up to it, but there are some seeing moderate success. It's already being deployed in like the military and shit. They got in
oh yeah, of
trouble for it,
course.
I believe, because it fucked up a target and hit civilian structures. And it's just like, you need to get this shit sorted out ASAP, guys. It cannot be making an error like that. And it's because it's the thing is it's doing the stuff that we use it for. It
Yeah.
grabbed a piece of information and it was like 8 years out of date. It's like you can't rely on something like that. That's really not good. So yeah.
I think that the problem with AI isn't that like it can't be effective in certain areas. It's being pitched as like this cure-all,
As
that
everything.
it's
Yep.
it's going to be able to do everything better than anyone, and like it's just maybe it'll get there. Once again, I'm not saying that that's impossible, but investors aren't looking to 50 year,
No.
you know what
They
I mean?
want
They
immediate
want,
returns. They're like,
yeah.
yeah. And
It's
it's definitely not going to be that in the next 10 years.
no,
It's progressing
absolutely not.
way too slowly, way
For
too
sure.
clunky, and it is not finished.
Definitely.
And thankfully, as well, they've cancelled a bunch of data centers being put up of Sim.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's fucking horrible.
Yeah.
It's like there needs to be, that's the other angle of it, where it's like there needs to be laws in place that prevent these data centers from fucking contaminating water supply. And like, yeah, we haven't even reached the legal hurdles that this shit is going to face in the next 10 years as well. Like
Yep.
it could be squashed out within one or two fucking like it,
When
if
we
you have, at
when we were
least in the
talking
US.
about the thing of even our digital rights, and we were looking up the other day, right? It was like yesterday or whatever, and like there's laws that have been written. They're written in 2015.
Mhm.
It's only 11 years technically, but so much has changed. And it's
Yeah,
the same with AI. Like you need to have there's been hardly any discussion on it. That's the worrying thing. We had, I think, during a little bit after COVID, I remember tuning in and watching something that was being hosted here, where they had like a hearing. There's questions being pitched, and then I remember seeing a headline saying that something about something to relate with AI had been like paused for a period of time. But that's like not good enough. Like you need to
No.
have as strong set in stone like fucking laws because it's a wild west. And there's like these are private companies, man, as well. I it's we joked about it coming close to like cyberpunk and everything, but that is like the whole fucking premise of a dystopian future is that the government don't hold power. They're adherent to business entities that fund them. And that is like the
We're
further
already
this
there.
doesn't the further this it gets worse and worse and worse. And it's just like you need but again, they already scratched their back, so it's probably why they fucking drag their feet with trying to get they don't want to get in their way.
Yeah, it's when you look at Microsoft or BlackRock or you go on down the list of like the wealthiest companies in the world, like yeah, it if you think that Donald Trump or whichever fucking leader from whichever country has more power than the CEO or the owner of these trillion-dollar corporations, you are out of your fucking mind. Like they absolutely will dictate how things move and shake at any,
It's where their money
at
comes
the
from.
highest level. Yeah,
They are the
that they
biggest income of your country, and you want to keep it that way. That's why they set up like
totally.
Silicon Valley and shit. It's because they wanted to pull in people who had really brilliant brains, fund our economy. That's it.
Yeah. And that's why, like, no matter in the US, if you have a Democrat or a Republican in office, those same fucking trillionaires are paying the same amount of taxes. None. Like they run fucking everything. They're not beholden to any government at all. But that's a whole different fucking topic for a whole different day.
AI bad, guys.
And like I'm not even an AI hater. Like I don't mind
It's
AI.
bad
I
in the
use
current
AI.
sense, is what I'm getting at. Like, you need to put
Yeah.
regulations in place. It's bad if you're going
The
to leave it to stay unchecked.
mm,
It's not good.
the Witcher 4 thumbnail that I put up on my channel the other day, I used AI for that. It's like I don't want to fucking do that. That's how I look at AI. It's not AI can't really do much of anything that I can't do. It can just do it quicker. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to create the box art for The Witcher 4 and take the image and size it to fit inside of a PlayStation 5 case and then put the little price tag on it and like you do that. Why am I going to spend 30 minutes of my life whenever
Sounds
you can do
monkey.
it in yeah, like that's how I look at AI. It's like do dumb shit that I don't want to do. Do shit that like I'm not gonna fucking pay uh you know digital graphic artist whatever to come in and do this because I can do it in 30 minutes. I don't want to spend 30 minutes doing that shit. So it's like you do it. And then I'll take it and fucking adjust it as need be and it's yeah. I don't have any whatsoever, and that's the thing I've been saying forever about Expedition 33 and the altars and these games that use AI. It's like use AI to not do fucking grunt work. We need to absolutely be making sure that we're spending our time as wisely as possible. I never have any aversion or pushback on that at all. But it's just like my thing once again is not even AI bad. It's AI not capable of doing the shit that it's being, touted to. It's gonna be able to. No, it's not. I don't want fucking AI performing open heart surgery on me at all. I don't want a robot doing that. Have the best surgeon do that shit, please. Like I don't want to rely on AI for really important shit. I want to rely on it for grunt work that I don't want to waste an hour of my time doing.
Yeah. I can see the other argument of it. Obviously, games are art. With the Crimson Desert thing as an example, it was like pieces of art in the world were discovered to be generative AI, and it's just like I do get why people get a little bit upset with that. Because if you're looking at a video game as art, and then relying on something that is entirely soulless from an artistic point of view when you're trying to present it as art. I get the hypocrisy of that a little bit, but
Are they trying to present Crimson Desert as art?
I mean, it's a game. That's what the argument is, isn't it? All games are art, is what people want to put forward as the argument.
Yeah.
And with the Expedition 33 thing, and it's a little bit disingenuous because it's like with the Expedition, it was like a fucking newspaper on a wall somewhere and stuff like that. It's just like they did everything else, guys. Like I would understand it a little bit more if the entire like assets and everything artistically created, all the graphics, all the character models, and all that had no human element to them whatsoever. Sure, but like a newspaper clipping, and then with Crimson Desert, it was a painting or a set of paintings. It's just like, eh. Especially with Crimson Desert, the game's fucking the size of the moon. Like, there's going to be stuff that they did early in development that, like, I don't even remember what we talk about on the podcast a month ago. You think some guy's going to remember about doing something like that, having done tons of other tasks? It's just like, yeah, I think it needs a tiny bit of leeway because they're only human. And like you said, it's to shorten time as well. We can't sit here and be like, GTA is taking 15 years to be made as they're chiseling the ones and zeros on stone tablets. Like, there's probably going to be stuff that they use with. I think they've said they're not doing anything with this GTA. By the time the next there'll be something that they've utilized it with, no doubt, in some form, because it's just going to get longer making games, and it's just not. You can't sustain a business off of that if everything's taking 10 years to make.
Well, and it's like I'm a realist when it comes to all of this shit. Like you said, the printing press, the typewriter, the you go on down the list, the computer.
Yeah,
Like
it's the next
I'm
logical step in technology as well.
I'm for all of advancement taking place because I think that pushing back against evolution is just like, what are we even doing? But my thing is, I don't believe it. I don't believe what they're selling. And maybe one day I will, but like the idea of Expedition 34 being 85% AI, I think it's going to be 85% worse than Expedition 33. Like, I
Exactly.
don't think that it's going to ever, or I shouldn't say ever, I don't think it's in our lifetime, it's going to be able to make high quality art as if it's like the primary driver of the creation. You know what I mean? Like, the like you said with Strauss Zelnick, CEO of Take Two, I think they are using AI in GTA 6. I would be stunned if they're not using it at all, at least for like productive shit. But in terms of, the quote that he said was something to the effect of he doesn't believe in AI because it's looking back at the past to create art for the future.
Mm.
And it's like, that's my thing. It's like, I don't think you can create the future of the medium by like, okay, Elden Ring, copy, paste, add, red. Like, you know what? I don't think you're going to be able to create the next great piece of art or entertainment by going, okay, well, what did all of the other good games do and how can we incorporate elements of it? It's like, no, you got to make fucking Elden Ring. You got to make Demon Souls. You got to make Baldur's Gate 3. And like, I just, yeah, you have to be forward thinking to say this is the new play. This is where we're going with this art form that nobody has ever gone before. That's how you get Grand Theft Auto 3. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The only thing I wanted to add as well, I'm not like fully advocating for it. It's just like when you sit down and have like intelligent thought about it, anything created ever is inspired by something else, which is how AI works. It's pulling from other stuff in the background. The thing that I don't think can ever occur is if it's fully done by AI. It's why, like, whenever you have AI doing a task now, it still needs a human overlooking it. I think you're always going to have that. I don't think you're ever going to probably create something, especially if you're trying to do it creatively. It needs to have that human touch applied to it. Something needs to change. Something needs to be tweaked. Something would be out of proportion. because it's just a machine. It will fuck something up. Whereas with an
The
artist who draws a picture of a face, they've spent so much time doing each and every aspect. There's highly unlikely going to be a flaw, well, not a flaw, a mistake, I should say. Unlike where if you, like you said, you turned around and went, go make Baldur's Gate 3 and then put this, like, it would make so many errors.
yeah, the problem is like the word inspired is something that machine learning doesn't like it can't feel that,
Hmm.
you know? Whereas like if the artist on Baldur's Gate is inspired by the artwork in Dragon Age or a lot of carryover there, but let's say whatever, fucking Lord of the Rings, they're inspired by the art and that's the direction they want to go. They understand how to tinker with that and take that inspiration, but also have their own influence and their own sort of vision for the future. And it's like AI doesn't have any of
Yeah,
these
because
things,
we will have
you
a,
know?
it won't have, with a human, again, maybe you could fucking finagle it all the way down in the future, but as of right now, the way we understand it is with a human, if you have an inspiration of something, it's not usually like one thing. Whenever you see, say, an indie game pop up with like Expedition 33, it's not just inspired by Final Fantasy, it's
Mm,
inspired by 10 other things, which I
yeah.
don't think an AI can do that particularly well. It's probably going to be pulling from maybe one or two objects and then smashing them together. Because it's like whenever you ask it to generate like a games console or whatever, it's usually pulling from a PlayStation design or an Xbox design. It's not
Yeah.
pulling from even further back like a fucking GameCube or whatever, because there's so many images of PS5 that skews it to go, okay, well,
Yeah.
that's a game, but that smash them together. So like the range of perceived inspiration, and like you said, it can't really be inspired because it's a machine. But it
Mm.
trying to mimic that as best as possible is just, it's never going to probably reach the range of a human because
Right.
we
And like
feel
if it,
things on so many different levels. You can hear like a sliver of a song, and then that can take you back to your childhood.
mhm.
And then with that childhood is a memory attached to an event, and then something happened, and then yeah, it can just spiral like that.
I mean, you've heard creators talk about hearing songs that like inspired entire movies and shit, where they'd be driving down the road and heard fucking, I don't know, Freebird or whatever the hell, and they're like, "Yo, I want to go and make blank," and like you start
Oh, I love
concepting
Blank.
in your head.
Can't wait for Blank too.
But it's like I get that though. Like I've been driving down the road and heard something and I'm like, "Ooh, you know," and you start thinking about this would go great with this or the next entry in fucking Saints Row should debut to this song and like there's all of these feelings that get associated with art that yeah, machine learning or AI doesn't really it can't feel anything. And so I think that art is inherently based upon feel, creativity, emotion, like connection, human. Like, I don't think that, but at the same time, I don't know if you have this on your news story about like the Fallout stuff, but when you see what Xbox is doing and a lot of companies, as we were talking about with Hunter the Reckoning, PlayStation, Nintendo, just doubling, tripling down on these massive franchises, like, yeah, you are kind of training us out of humanity in a way where what it's just like here are the things that the spreadsheet tells us that you like and now we're going to serve it up open wide pig like it's it is minimal thought, it is minimal new idea, it is minimal innovation and creativity.
The thing that shocks me the most with that as well is that we, I don't think, I'm really trying to think of like a piece of entertainment that's like, eventually once you milk it enough, you have a very long spell of it's shit. You have a
Yeah.
shit spell in whatever it is, and then maybe you take like a, it's able to shift into a new era kind of thing. Like you can't keep tapping that well. Eventually you'll hit dirt. So like it is a little bit worrying, as you said, because right now it feels like everybody, maybe bar Nintendo, but even then they still tap that world dry of their stuff. It feels like it's live service or just play it safe with
Yep.
IP. It's like have another God of War with Xbox. I know it makes sense to obviously get a Fallout game out.
Of course.
I will say though, when they made that announcement and you're turning around and going Fallout 5, an Obsidian Fallout, a free remaster, and and New Vegas, like that's 4 fucking entities. It's like
Hmm.
we've gone from I will never give love to 76. We've gone from Fallout 4 to nothing for now of a single player Fallout to now you're talking about like that the aim likely is to have them 4 things out within 10 years
Yep.
if you're trying to push, 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 push. And it's just like that. I don't know about that. Like you with Call of Duty, yeah, it's successful year and year. You have the dips as well. I know people like to attribute the fact that it was in Game Pass with the Black Ops thing. That game was just shit as well. That entry was just terrible. Like, and they've had these kind of heavy, heavy dips before, and then they climb out, and then heavy, heavy dips, and it's the same with like Battlefield and anything, anything. The only ones that kind of get away with it a little bit more is sports games because
Hmm.
sport, like a sport, is inherently timeless. So even if you fuck it up, like you're still playing football at the end of the day,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So yeah, I was a little bit concerned. We can move on to the Xbox news, considering we've mentioned them. I don't have anything about Nintendo. I think they were doing some stuff with Power World or some shit. That's about
No, I
it.
don't care
But I
at
really,
all.
again, I don't. I think they lost it as well. So
That's the thing that bums me out so much is like if I become a Nintendo main guy, like I don't care
you got to
about
pretend
anything
to
that
care
happens.
about Team Mario.
Yeah. And like I won't even be playing most of their first party shit. I don't like any of that shit.
Mm.
Um Fucking glorious.
Right. Where was it? I thought I was at it. I was never going. I don't know when we. I should have probably wrote this down chronologically. I don't know if this came before or after the PlayStation stuff. I think come after the mass layoffs, right? It was
Yeah.
after.
Oh damn. Yeah, that was fucking this month as well. Wow.
Um, Announced to be 3,200 in total or thereabouts. Half happening now. Well, whenever they announced it, half happening later down the line. Obviously brutal. Very, very brutal. I don't know if I can't remember if I've had the discussion with a few people behind the scenes. I don't know if we had it publicly or if I know I don't think we've had it privately. But the thing is like they heavily staffed all of these companies heavily staffed up for COVID, and they're still trying to trim that down all the way down now. We saw about like the level as well as Xbox just being horrendously mismanaged. What was it like 14 layers?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yep.
put that into perspective. Like the easiest way of comprehending it is if we were in the Discord and I have something I need to give to you, but it needs to travel through fucking 14 people to land on your desk. You then read that and then you need to relay that fucking back. Like how do you get anything done? You can't. That's unbelievably poor. So like I get trimming that. Some of the stuff again, yeah, you're probably overstaffed, but it is still worrying. Like my biggest concern of all of the announcements was id. I'm really worried about that because I know we've spoken about this. I'm a very big advocate for independent engines. I don't want everything running on Unreal. To me, that's slightly soulless. I don't want everything looking and feeling the same. My fondest memories of gaming is early 2000s, and that's because so many developers had their own stuff, so everything felt distinct. Yeah, it was clunky. Yeah, it was janky, but it had charm and it had its own artistic flair and vision and stuff like that applied to it. And id's engine is phenomenal for a first person shooter. Like, what they were able to achieve with that reboot was insane. Like, tapping into what a classic feeling Doom game should feel, but it's modern. I didn't think that was possible. I thought we'd still be tapping into what Serious Sam feels like. And that was like the limit. And hearing that they got heavily gutted, I don't know if anything else got like refuted and stuff like that, but it seemed like a lot of that engine team's gone. And that's, you're telling me that you're still going to be using the engine? How? When to be able to use an engine effectively, you need to be training people on it. So if there's hardly anyone there left, their only focus is to work. They can't train staff to get to grips with the engine. And if you're going to just drop programmers in and stuff like that to the deep end, they're going to struggle. And that's going to drag the feet of the project. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
it would be like you hiring me whenever, like 2 years ago, and just completely just being like, there's OBS, get it done. And like having no, and being like, it needs to, like, we need to get this ball rolling today. It's like, well, I don't fucking know how to, I don't even know how to install the damn thing and stuff like that. Like, it's really concerning for me. Like id, and then it wasn't even just id, but that was my biggest like worry. Everybody got affected. All the developers seem to get fucking slapped. The ZeniMax Online got hit hard. Even within their own game studios and stuff like that. The guy who did the backwards compatibility project, like the head who penned that, is gone. And it's just like, I don't know, man. That's fucking years of experience, and you're willing to let that go. Like, yeah, maybe he's retiring. I don't know. Obviously, not keeping up with these people individually, but like, that's a big blow to have lost as like a person in that building. That's so much knowledge, and the way that people function in companies now is you used to pass that knowledge down as well, and then like the mentality shifted where layoffs started to happen so much in the business world that you retain that knowledge because that's your value. You're able to sell yourself as that. You're indispensable. If you then share that to somebody else and teach them and stuff like that, that's the other side of the thing as well. Like, maybe that's why they're happy with who they kept on, because they're not going to be sharing that information. It's just, it's such a weird thing because they're talking about wanting to get things out much, much, much quicker, and they've not really shown that they can do that and hit quality. Does that make sense? They've not.
For sure.
I go back to this again. I know it sounds like I hate on it, but like literally this generation, like Forza Horizon 6. What else has hit like that level of booming success? Like, yeah, you put 5 on PlayStation and stuff like that, but like for their own stuff, like you've not managed hitting frequent deadlines and putting out unbelievably good software. So to trim it down, I get the sentiment, because the thing that I saw with the Doom thing as well is they turned around and said we're back to our original size of the 2016 team. And again, with like how I was concerned about the Obsidian announcement kind of thing, and why I'm always a little bit skeptical, it's like you can use that as a shield that that's the name of the team, but the people inside of it are no doubt different. So just because you have the same headcount, it doesn't mean you have the same people in that building. And like Josh Sawyer and people like this who have like that, you know, their names, they still don't entirely keep a project up by their own two hands. Like, there's gonna be people who are unsung heroes that get shit done and stuff like that. So I don't know, man. It was a weird feeling because it felt like they were doing so well. It's necessary because they're fucking bleeding money left, right, and center, and the easiest way to cut back on that is doing what they've done. That's a lot of money saved. But you can't keep doing that. Eventually, much like with the IP churning, you're gonna hit that well dry, right? You can only fucking get rid of so many people.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
And sorry for like really heavily driving that, but like
no, you're good.
it's just a big fucking worry, man.
I think that like it had to be done to some degree, but that is kind of the worry when you bring in someone like Asha Sharma who doesn't really give a shit about the art form,
Mm.
and like Phil Spencer, for all of his flaws, like you can't argue that he loved video games, probably too much.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't really do much to benefit the Xbox business at all, but he did a lot to benefit fucking the creation of interesting games. Like there's no denying that. The whole concept of Game Pass, as bad as it failed, like it's the only reason Pentiment exists. It's the only reason that Killen exists. It's the only reason that Keeper exists. It's the only reason that, you go on down the line of all of these games that just are not commercially viable. And that's a problem. I agree with that. But at the same time, like I think it's also a problem to say, okay, hey, we're going to be, because like what do you even do at this point, man? That I guess that's my biggest question mark is like your business for this entire generation was built on the back of Game Pass. And now there's simply no way you can put those games into Game Pass day one. And Asha Sharma directly called out Game Pass being a failure. So it's like, what do you do there when that's been the one of the main drivers for relevance for the Xbox brand for the last 10 years? Like I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. I don't disagree with the fact that like shit like this had to be done, as brutal as it is. Obviously,
Mm-hmm.
it had to be done. But yeah, Ninja Theory, they made Hellblade. Hellblade isn't great, but Ninja Theory can make great games. Double Fine made Keeper and Kiln. Those were greenlit under Phil Spencer's Game Pass, Game Pass, Game Pass regime. But they can make Psychonauts. Arcane made fucking Dishonored. Like, you know what I mean? It's
Even with Todd,
these.
like you've let him run amok. Why you owned them far longer than you owned Activision Blizzard, and
Yeah,
yet you seem to leverage them quicker, putting COD into Game Pass. Why the fuck have you let him take so long? That's the big thing. So now we've gone from one extreme to the other. Like, there's been no Elder Scrolls and no Fallout. And whenever he was asked about it, it was very just, yeah, come when it come. Like there wasn't any urgency. Because I think what I said was he got his paycheck. And there's no you don't want to upset your friend, which I truly do believe. Like he had a really good close relationship with Phil. And it's the type of thing of like, I don't want to say I don't want to put pressure on him. I want to like make him make something he doesn't want because then it won't be passionate. And it's just like,
that's
dude,
not business.
dude, like Starfield wasn't it. Like it did okay numbers, did decent enough numbers. That's not. It didn't blow the doors off. Move on.
Yep.
Move
Yep.
on. It like what baffled me as well was the announcement thing. They're still like that was top. I believe that was the very top one. The very first one on the paragraph was Starfield continues. What? What? Like it's just baffling. Like you should have. I get it. That's his passion project that he really wanted to make. You should have had the business sense to be like, I respect that. You want to make that. You can spearhead that. But you really do need to have something else cooking in the oven. It's like when
Yeah.
Miyazaki was making Bloodborne, they still made Dark Souls 2 without him. He was still able to go over, give a little bit of, you know, supervision and be like, yeah, do that, and then get back to his passion project. He doesn't need to fucking entirely consume himself within it. And it's crazy. It's crazy that it's been that long of a gap. and he doesn't seem to like understand the like how crazy that is, if that makes sense. Like he seems to be relatively unfazed whenever he's being asked about it. It's just like, and then being like, oh, we shouldn't have announced it so early and stuff like that. It's like, what is taking so long? Because you're not even. This may sound like a blow. You're not even using a new engine. You're using the same fucking engine. It's just been tweaked as you always have.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like you're having to get to grips with something completely brand new. It's the same shit. I find it unfathomable, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think that like I don't really think it's even taking that long. You know, I just think that they made a bad bet with Starfield. It didn't pan out. And Starfield comes out in 2023. It's 2026. Like, yeah, you don't have enough time to even announce the Elder Scrolls 6. But you should have been working on the Elder Scrolls 6
No, but
instead
they
of
announced it
Starfield.
all them years ago, didn't they?
No, I know, but I'm saying like there's nothing to show
No, I know, but
in that time.
that they announced it so everybody's expectation is that is in some way, shape, or form in fucking development. Otherwise, you wouldn't announce it. But it's come out now. They've turned around and gone, it's in pre-production.
Yeah.
What?
And so like based on what we know, it's like it really began development after Starfield launched.
Yeah.
Starfield just shouldn't have come out. Like I think I love Starfield, but like the reality is the commercial product that would have been the right bet would have been going straight from the Elder Scrolls to Fallout. But at the same time, like I do hate that lack of creativity, lack of allowing creatives to be creative and just doubling and tripling down and never allowing them to risk take. It's just like the same thing I criticize about Sony Santa Monica never being able to move
Hmm.
on from God of War. It's like Bethesda, I guess, is never going to be able to move on from Fallout and the Elder Scrolls now. And that's a bummer. But at the same time, like you look at whatever 30 million Xbox consoles sold, Game Pass being 70% short of its goal. Every metric, no matter where you look, 3% profit margins, losing 60 cent on every dollar, all of these things, it's just area for there's no area
There's no
to
breathing room.
to
You need to get wins. You need to
you know
get successful stuff on the board. And like, I still do believe like you could have made Starfield and that alongside it, like with the Miyazaki thing. Like, you were fully capable of handing the someone to direct and do something, and you focus on that. It truly, I can't make sense of it. I don't understand why you announce it and then don't do anything basically at all. It seemed bizarre, to be honest.
yeah.
It just seemed so unbelievably, and I would love to know who, because that was announced before their acquisition, or was it announced when they were acquired? It's been so long.
Before the acquisition. It was after Fallout 76 kind of bombed and they were panicking a little bit and trying to confirm with fans that they're still working on single player stuff.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
I think the thing I'm the most curious about out of all of it though is like you're heading into Helix, a new console generation. Pretty much every analyst pundit out there is saying the same thing of like I don't know why you're doing this other than the contracts are already inked in. But like now you have Asha Sharma saying like I wasn't in the room for those talks about Steam and Epic and all that shit being on our console. And that directly, I mean, directly being in opposition to a lot of the messaging we had been hearing for years before that. Um, and then, with how hard Game Pass was pushed and her directly being like, it's not working in the way we had hoped. Like, I don't, I just have no idea. And it's exciting. Like, I love following the Xbox business right now because it is genuinely fucking exciting. But I just have no idea what we're even looking at in even in 2 years, like I have no idea what the future of that business is.
Mm. Yeah, rightfully so. Like I said with me, they don't instill confidence in me at all because they've been so shaky. And yeah, that showcase was great for the games that were shown. It really didn't do anything for me really at all. And being like, okay, you kind of know what you're doing, because it didn't feel like that. And immediately in the weeks leading up to that afterwards, you've seen Matt Booty say one thing. Was it Matthew Ball? Was the other
Matthew
guy?
Ball,
They're
yeah,
saying two completely fucking it's the
completely
same
different
fucking
things.
shit. It's the same cycle. What are we
Yeah,
doing? It's just like,
it's
are you? Do
it's
you also have 14 layers of fucking management between you two? So like, it's Chinese whispers kind of thing where he's given you a note to say, and it's been completely morphed by the time it's landed on
yeah,
your desk. Like,
it's what you said earlier. It's Xbox talks too much, PlayStation doesn't talk enough. It really is like Xbox just doesn't shut the fuck up, man. I will never understand that. They just go and go and go. And like there's if you have a clear message, fuck yeah, present
yeah,
it. But
exactly.
wait until you have the clear message.
And that's what drew my concern, because he's said stuff that kind of contradicts what they were basically signaling with that
Yep.
showcase. And that was my worry. I was like, I don't believe it, because it feels slapdashed. It feels like it's been put together at the last minute. It feels like it's just a bone that's been thrown out there. Like, yeah, I don't think they have confidence in the ability to pull it off.
Without
Because
a
if
doubt
they
they
had
don't.
full confidence, you would be able to present, and this is the thing of like breaking contracts and stuff like that, and the turnaround and saying like Halo can't be pulled off or whatever, and Fable and all this bollocks. If you were to stand in Nadella's thing and then present him with a plan of like, with fucking rock solid confident that if we pull these off, put it on this, and give like a massive thing of like, we're 100% in belief of this, he probably would have signed off with the breakage fees and been like, all right, if you feel that you can salvage this, because he signed bigger checks before to get
Oh
shit done.
yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, if you were able to, but they clearly don't have a fucking plan that has any amount of confidence attached to it. And you see that with the leadership things, and it's just like, yeah, you probably should shut the fuck up, because you're really not you're really not instilling confidence in a lot of people. And there's some people that are believing it a little bit more than others, and are optimistic. And I really wish I was still in that part of my life of having a lot of optimism for them, but they just really don't instill confidence in me at all. And like,
No.
I'm happy for the stuff that they announced. Like, it's really cool to see what was it, classic Xbox games coming to the app and stuff like that, being play anywhere, with Blinks, Fusion Frenzy, Crimson Skies, and Conkers live and reloaded, and them also getting achievements and stuff like that. But again, it's falling back into them trappings of, I asked for these things the day that you announced like original Xbox getting backwards compatible. It would have been cool to have them add achievements then.
Yeah.
But you said it wasn't possible. Now all of a sudden it's possible. And it's the type of thing of like, this announcement is just, it benefits the people already inside the thing. Again, it's just making choices of
Exactly.
that. And it's just like, you gotta, I respect it. Yep, make your thing as appealing as possible. But when I was scrolling through it, because I doom scroll basically through it, because I was fascinated, because I'm still shocked at how many people don't know that backwards compatibility doesn't even fucking exist. And that just shows, like, you're announcing these things, and like your core hardcore people were like, yeah,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Because there's people in PlayStation that are like, I cannot believe you can't play Final Fantasy 13 trilogy on modern consoles. And it's just like, you can play it on Xbox. You've always been able to since the announcement of that.
Yeah, it just goes to
And it
show
just
how
shows
relevant.
exactly. That's what I was going to get to.
Yeah.
Of like, it's a really, really pro consumer thing. And they've done tons of pro consumer things. The majority of casual people don't give a fuck about
At
pro
all.
consumer things. They can say that they do, but the evidence heavily fucking suggests otherwise. Because if they truly cared about being able to access their old games, that would have been enough to entice them over. But it's not. They care about big must-play things, and that's where Xbox has fallen short.
Well, and it's like if you can do pro consumer things that people care about, then you'll really get the win. Because then it's like people being, oh shit, this is actually benefiting me in a major way. Backwards compatibility is fucking cool. And adding achievements, like, okay, so once again, it's the stacking effect of backwards compatibility is an actual selling point, not maybe to the majority, but it is a selling point to 10 million people, let's say, who would actually like that would be a reason amongst other. Of
It's
course,
so
that would never be the reason to buy a console, but it could be a reason. But like then when you start going in, it's like, okay, we're going to put a whole bunch of attention, energy, investment into adding achievements and changing our name from Xbox to Xbox. It's like, all right, you are really, really fucking losing the plot. Elder Scrolls Fallout exclusive Helix there. Subsidy.
see, but
Ex-
that's the thing though, is that you have confidence in that. They don't. They have confidence in changing their name. They have
exactly.
confidence in adding the achievements. They have confidence in doing the backwards compatibility thing. There's been a reason they haven't, and they've been really, really coy. Because he even came out and said, "Don't expect every single player game to be
Right.
exclusive."
Right after
Bruh,
Matthew Ball
bruh,
said we got to
you
get a plan in place.
you
Yeah.
cannot be saying stuff like that. Don't say that, even if that's truthful.
Yeah.
Just don't say that. How can you not, like, how are you this? I don't know how long he's been in the business, but he's been there fucking long enough that he should understand that quote is going to get spread, torn, stretched in every way possible, and none of it is positive. That's not going to
No,
benefit you at all. And it's just like I don't get it. Why say it? Why
I don't understand.
like you must have an assistant, surely, that proofreads your shit. You probably don't even write your shit yourself. Like
And
it's
every time Matthew Ball speaks, it's like this sense of like, oh, cool, confidence and deliberate and like
because
you
he's new,
seem
but
to
I
have a
think that's the big
plan.
thing, and it's the same with Asher of being new. It's a new environment for them. Like I'm not championing him to lose his job.
He's a multimillionaire. Fuck
I
it. Go.
No, but like anybody to lose their job sucks regardless, and stuff like that, and you don't wish ill on people. But like I I don't think you have like the energy to do this rebuild. I don't think you want to do this rebuild. I think you're there for the money because you get paid shitloads of money. Like you don't. Yeah, it's just there's an air about him. When I can't remember what it was that I when he did the podcast thing, and he did the interview. And I said it immediately in like the Discord. I was like, I just don't like listening to him talk.
Yeah.
I just don't. The stuff that's coming out of your mouth, I don't like, and I just your personality as well just doesn't like what you said with Matthew Ball. Like when you listen to him, it's like even if you're telling me bullshit, like all right,
Exactly.
and that's what you
Yep.
need. You need somebody who is likable to feed you the bullshit, so you buy the product.
Yeah.
That is how
Yeah.
consumerism works.
For sure.
A lot of the
Sometimes like
a lot of the shit that you buy, you probably don't need in life, really, other than the necessities. It's the people peddling the bullshit that have convinced you to buy it.
sometimes you can bullshit your way to success.
Yeah.
Like it really can happen. And I think that Matt Booty seems to just be he just seems to have like remained in this rot of the Phil Spencer era. And it's like, dude, if this is your plan and you're the one really going to bat for remaining multi-platform and shit, it's over. Like this entire thing is over
Or
in
have
terms of
him
the console business.
if he cares about if he does care about the brand and he believes in the multi-platform, have him head the multi-platform projects and only talk about them then.
Yeah.
Don't have him talking about the shit that's meant to drive people in. Have him
Yeah.
be like, yeah, I'm excited for the new Minecraft update. Sea of
Mm.
Thieves, yeah, woo. Like, dude. Like, yeah, it was just crazy seeing how much like unraveled off of that, and they were like really quick as well in between each other.
It was like the same
It was
day.
just like, what
Yeah.
the fuck is going on? Like, you know that you schedule these things. Surely you read what they're gonna say, and that's been thumbs up. Say one thing and that other guy says another thing. Like, it really truly doesn't make sense at all.
I I feel like I always have some Marilyn Manson quote in the back of my head for every subject, but this I remember there was a song, I don't remember what the song was, but the quote is something like, "I'm aggressive, aggressive. The past is over, and right now being passive seems so pathetic." And it's like it's that passive, pathetic, whimpering energy that Matt Booty just kind of carries along. And it's like, dude, the past is over. That era, that regime is gone. And you need to get aggressive, aggressive really fucking quick if this is gonna work. It's not like this is not it bothers me so much with the Xbox fan base where they don't think it's bad. Like you'll get people who are like, ah, well, Xbox has been dead forever. They've been telling us that forever. It's like, it's been true forever. It's been true since 2013. That
Yeah,
shit is,
they've been struggling.
they're being,
Even tried and true methods that they could have used to succeed with, that PlayStation was using to succeed with, they didn't garner success. Like, they had like one of the Tomb Raider games locked down exclusively. That's a pretty fucking big franchise, and it still didn't help them
but it's that
gain
same
anything.
thing. It's that passive, pathetic thing that the Phil Spencer and that regime of like the they got bad backlash for it and then immediately
Mm.
whimpered out. It's like, no, fucking get pit bull energy in that room immediately. Get killers in there who want to kill. You can't have people who want to be everyone's friend. Like, and I don't think I could be someone for that job because I am too like I want to be liked as well. It's normal and natural for people to want to be liked. That's why people
You,
that normal people don't get those positions of power because you have to be a fucking killer.
yeah, what was I'm not gonna be able to quote it perfectly, but his when he came out and was saying that like they're trying to like spend as much money to like crush and kill us, and like tried to present that as like woe is me kind of thing,
Yeah.
and it's just like that is true, of course, because they're your competitor, you fucking moron. And you know what? You can't have that sympathy card because you are owned by
By
Microsoft. You can
Microsoft.
hit them up, and there's almost no chance that they will say no. Do you know why I know that? Because you fucking bought Activision, you moron.
Yeah.
Like, and you were doing all of these fucking like you brought Yakuza and fucking Persona. They wouldn't have come otherwise if you didn't flash the money. Like you can also play them cards.
They got
It's
Yakuza
just
7 exclusive.
exactly, and this is the thing of like, because I don't like it. It is I don't like knowing that I'm going to miss out on something. So I can feel for it if a PlayStation fan was like, we've had Yakuza all that time, and then Yakuza 7, I'm never going to play. But that's the type of shit that where you would have to twist the knife. You need to have the permanent exclusivity because timed exclusivity, we've seen that be implemented from PlayStation to PC, didn't work because that was tech. When you break it down, that is timed. It was exclusive on a console. They put it on PC, didn't sell. Hardly any of the titles sold. You look at Xbox, Avowed, didn't really sell. Like it's very, very, very rare for. And with the PlayStation side, it was Stellar that fucking blew up. On Xbox, it was Forza Horizon 6 that blew up. The majority of them didn't do much at all. And it's the type of thing where you can't be people's friend. And that's what he because what was his quote? When everyone plays, we all
We
win.
all win. That was his big thing.
And it
Yeah.
was just like I really wish that everyone loved each other the way that you seem to love everyone film. The world would be a fucking much brighter place.
Yeah.
But that just is not the
It's like
realistic thing, man.
the reality is if everyone plays everyone but us wins. Everyone but Xbox wins. And it's that's the problem. He was so great about doing things that were good for the gamer but awful for Xbox. And
Because his
I just
vision is that if you give goodwill, they will come to you. That was his philosophy. He truly, truly fucking believed that. Down to his heart is that I give you backwards compatibility. I give you free cloud saves. I give you Game Pass, the best deal in gaming. This, that. They were pushing for cross platform stuff. Like all of these pro consumer things, and his reasoning and his mentality, the only way it makes sense is that he had to have perceived it as they will view our company as good now, and therefore they will come to it. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Because any rational human fucking being is like, well, you're weaponizing your competitors against you, dude.
yeah. I
That's the only way it makes sense, is that you truly, truly believe that you being the good guy would make people look at Xbox as the good guy and then want to support that. That's just not how brands work.
right now I think as I'm like looking forward to the future of Xbox to try to figure out what I can possibly find as a win for them. Like it is it really just as simple as the Elder Scrolls 6 exclusive to Helix and that's like their only or
See,
the new Fallout game exclusive and that's all
that's
they
the
can
thing
do?
as well. Is I can't remember who did. I'm not going to take credit for this, but I 100% agree with it. That would help them. That's not the answer though. You can't just be like, okay, well, the Elder Scrolls 6 is exclusive, and then that's it. Like, you need tons of shit. Like, it cannot just be that. It doesn't matter how big that is. You could have GTA 6 exclusive, and then no, but then there would be people. No, no, no. But then PlayStation would be like, here's a new Last of Us. People would still buy a PlayStation for Last of Us. They wouldn't just be like, oh well, I'm on Xbox now. I'm
Right.
like, this is the thing. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. You would pull shitloads of people in by doing that, but you need a steady fucking flow of stuff, of
Yeah, to keep them
must
in.
play shit, because otherwise they will leave.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. And you
Hmm.
saw that with Xbox. When people felt like there was no reason to own it, they were like, eh. But it slowly dwindled. Maybe they kept them around as like, yeah, it's my secondary device. And then there was people who went even further than that and would have sold the device. I believe you sold it, did you not?
I sold it and
You,
then I bought one back
yeah.
for Gears of War. Yeah.
And that's what I mean. Is like when there's there's people who have attachment to the brand, of course. There's people who get emotionally attached to anything.
Of
But the
course.
majority of people, when they feel like a perfect example of this is that like when the Mandalorian wrapped up, I don't fucking keep giving Disney money for Disney Plus.
Right.
You served your purpose by giving me what you held hostage, and then I'm gonna go move on with my life.
Yeah. I wonder like because that's once again back to the point of now you no longer have Blade for a possible exclusive. Now you no longer have Psychonauts 3 for a possible exclusive. Now you no longer have, a new IP from Ninja Theory as a possible exclusive. Now you no longer have, like, you go on down that list and you're like, ooh, no Hi-Fi Rush 2, no Evil Within 3, no new IP from Tango, no, you know what I mean? You start going on down these lists of all the gutted teams and it gets pretty scary pretty quickly because, like you said, The Elder Scrolls 6 might sell 15 million consoles. Like, that's a fucking ton. Like, that is
Well, yeah,
no
they're
game.
celebrating what, like an 80-90% increase or whatever it was for this month. And
Hmm.
you're looking at like, I don't know the numbers, but it is in the fucking like, you're talking low thousands and stuff like that of levels of shifting
Yeah,
units, and they're like, woo! So like 15 million would fucking blow the roof off for them for
totally.
that.
And it would do that. Like, I genuinely believe. Here's the thing what I think the smart move is showcase Helix and Elder Scrolls 6 closes it out and you say it's for 2029 or whatever and you show like real gameplay, shit looks awesome, and then you buy out a fucking load of third-party exclusives for launch day or launch year, let's just say. Because that's their problem, right? What do they have for launch day, launch month, launch year? I don't know. Like, is it? Wolfenstein 3 is what is it? The new Fallout? I don't think that'll be ready. Like, what the fuck
The
is it?
only the only thing where that I get the sentiment, the only thing that I like perceive it as slightly falling apart is like Sony can go out and buy them third party things because they have that install base, right?
Hmm.
And their users have been conditioned to buy the game.
Yeah.
Your money that you've pulled fucking huge deals for that have been related to Game Pass.
Yeah.
So I couldn't even, and this is the thing of like I do believe this. I know there'll be some people that would buy it, but like Atlas, whatever money they gave them, however hundreds of millions they've given us to put it in Game Pass, I don't think there would be any amount of money that you could write on there
To
that
make it
they could
exclusive.
sustainably give them that they would agree to have that as an exclusive,
Hmm.
because they would look at it and be like, all right, we're going to get that money, but like if we're going to be writing that check, we want it to cover the entirety of the development cost, and probably we're going to argue the development cost half, maybe the full of the next game, because it's not
Yeah.
going to fucking sell.
Yeah.
And you would
Do
need,
you?
as you said, tons of these things. So you're talking 300, 400, 500 of 5 titles thrown,
Yeah.
and then you're having to retrain your entire user base to buy games,
Hmm.
while also rolling the dice, hoping that PlayStation users are like, I want to play Persona 6
Right.
and transition off of it and stuff like that. Like, there's so many things working against them, so many things, and it is of their own doing.
Yeah.
And like of the thing of like, I know a lot of shit gets thrown at his way for Game Pass. I get why they tried it, because you
Of
were in a
course.
fucking terrible spot. You needed something, and that was
Yeah.
working for a little bit. For what it was gaining traction. It was gaining thingy. So it's understandable to think, oh well, it'll keep doing that,
Hmm. Yeah.
and it just didn't.
Yeah. I mean, I'm fascinated. I think that maybe one of the moves I would look into is like Europe. Uh,
It would
I
probably be
would really,
cheaper. It probably genuinely would be cheaper to start up European developers. Go find
they don't have
hotbed
enough
talent.
time.
No, but like that's the only way that it would be feasibly accomplishable, because you're not going to be able to sign Sega stuff permanently exclusive. You're not going to be able to sign, I don't know, 2K stuff permanently like what was the touted figure for Star Wars to even just enter Game Pass, and it wasn't even exclusively, that was just day
Yeah.
one.
It's like
Like they
$200
wanted like
million, dollars, I think.
300, 400, something crazy.
Crazy.
Like these publishers are not stupid. They also know that by doing that deal, they get a shitload of bad public image. You saw that with Alan Wake too. There's a lot of shit that gets thrown your way, and the game can struggle because of it. It doesn't even matter if it gets funded and stuff like that. Like you get a lot of shit thrown your way. So it's a massive, massive gamble, and it's why you've seen as well whenever they've been utilized, like with Stellar Blade, they didn't re-partner up with Sony, so they don't need them anymore. They
Right,
succeeded.
yeah.
So
Which that's fine, but you just like imagine Expedition 33 was 2028 and instead of the Game Pass deal they got the exclusive deal. Because no one if that the fucking Sandfall would have took that deal in a moment's notice because no one had any idea.
that's my
Like
point
that's the
of
thing
like
that you have
startup
to
ones.
find.
Yeah, maybe not build it with your own hands, but you need to like tap into hotbed talent and be like, this is gonna be that's good.
Yeah,
While also, that's the thing, don't 100% focus on that. Give people Fallout and Elder Scrolls in the meantime.
of
Like, you just
course, of
need to build a
course.
catalog. They just don't have the catalog.
I don't think
Um,
they have the studios for it anymore, man. Like that's the thing that I worry about so much is just like I don't even think you can sustain it at this point. The exclusive output, like the majority of their studios are multiplayer studios now. Call of Duty support studios,
Because
you
those were
know,
the people making money. That's the
yeah.
thing. That's why they kept them around, because they went and looked. We can be angry because it was the positive silver lining is that these studios survived and have moved on, but it was Compulsion and Double Fine have gone independent, and Ninja Theory and Undead Labs have been purchased apparently by somebody who they still haven't announced. So like nobody closed, I don't believe, unless some like random mobile developer or something closed.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Um, so they're all alive, but like you said, the people that have stuck around are the live service, and then as they made such a big song and dance about it, as it seems like Fallout and Elder Scrolls are the fucking bread and butter of it. But they still don't have the balls to announce it as exclusive.
Yeah.
So as it stands right now, the assumption and the rightful assumption is they're multi-platform.
Yeah. Golly, man. I have no fucking clue, Loon. If I'm being real, like I'm trying to game plan out in my head any possible scenario where I can see them succeeding. I mean, listen, I know that this is fucking fool's gold, but it would be if they were like in this super ultra aggressive mode, the easiest win in the world to say that it'll have a disk drive. Like it doesn't matter if publishers are not going to support it. You know what I mean? Like if that's the reality, then it is what it is. But that wouldn't be on Xbox at the very least. That'd be on the publishers.
I don't know if this is 100% true, but I'm fairly certain. Like, they have to go through Sony still because they own the patents for Blu ray, right? So if Sony cut and say that you can't use it, it would then
I
have to force them to create their own physical type.
I don't think Sony owns the patent for Blu-ray. I think that they invested heavily in it. So I don't think you have to, because Xbox has their own like certification process and shit.
Oh yeah, for like
So
the way the disc handles the data, but like the disc physical itself, I'm I don't know where that lands because I've seen a lot of, because it truly doesn't make any sense why they, even before like physical was heavily skewing in the way they did when Game Pass rolled around. Like, why are you putting 50 gigabyte discs out? It just doesn't make any sense. Like, it always felt like you're trying to give as small as a cut to Sony as possible and stuff like that.
so yeah, I mean Sony is invested. So it says let's see. Blu-ray is not owned by a single company. Instead, it is owned and licensed by the Blu-ray Disc Association, which is an industry consortium. Sony played a massive role in creating the format, but the overarching standard is controlled by a board of founding members that include Sony, Panasonic, and Philips. Um,
So the question would be, would they be allowed to
yeah.
continue to print discs if Sony ceased production? Because I have to
Allowed.
imagine that they are, where Xbox is printing that, it's via Sony related factories, I would assume. I wouldn't imagine they have their own factories.
Well, so there's tons of factories, and like there's still going to be, creating Blu-ray discs, just not for PlayStation games.
Hmm.
Let's see,
No,
with
no, they'll still be
Xbox.
hitting up movies, but they're different types. I thought when you use a
Yep.
movie, it's a
But I think
different
it
Blu-ray
it could
type.
be done in the same factory if I'm not mistaken. So the question would be, would Xbox be allowed to create Blu-ray games when PlayStation pulls out?
Yeah, something along those lines.
When PlayStation
Ceases production of their physical
ceases
printing.
production. Yeah, let's see. In 2028. Yes, Xbox would absolutely be allowed to create and sell Blu-ray games after Sony phases out PlayStation physical disc. The Blu-ray format is an open technology governed by the Blu-ray Disc Association, not PlayStation. Microsoft does not need Sony's permission to manufacture Blu-ray discs. However, keep in mind that the production and distribution of physical games relies entirely on third-party manufacturing plants and retailers. While Microsoft does not require Sony authorization, the long-term viability of Xbox physical media will depend on whether independent factories and supply chains remain profitable enough to continue operating after Sony's 2028 exit.
That
So
would
they
have
would be
been
going,
that would have been my other thought process. If that so okay, that's fine. They don't need to give them money. The thing is you've seen limited print companies completely ignore Xbox because of their physical
yep.
presence is so small. So it's already expensive to print the fucking things. Because if it wasn't, they would just print them alongside them. So my worry is like if they even announce that, that's also a gamble, isn't it? Because that's hoping that a ton of PlayStation players who solely depend and care about physical media will be like, okay, they're doing it. I'll go over there. It's not going to be an instant like success. Like that would take time to start to snowball up and stuff like that. And yeah, with them also announcing ahead of time the disc to digital thing, I just truly and the cutting costs again
Yep.
with the thing because I mean, yeah, they can change the design, but like that Series X isn't built with anything detachable in mind other than a storage device in the back. Tiny little fucking thing. You can't even put like proper SSD in the thing like you can
And
with
I
the
think
PlayStation.
the bigger question is just what is the buy-in anyway? Like, is it 2 million people? Is it 5 million people? Like, I mean, it
Yeah.
can't be much higher than that of people. Like, if of course, if you said Elder Scrolls 6 exclusive and it's gonna have a disc and like we're committed to this format, like then of course you're talking about a different scenario altogether. But just saying, hey, it has a disk drive, it's like maybe 2 million people buy in. I don't know. I would buy in. Like that would be something that sold
Yeah,
me on it. But
there would be people that would buy. You'd also need as well the I know that they don't make up a huge portion, but you also just need to make the fucking discs appealing. They can't like if that's your drive, you can't be like, yeah, well, there's only like 10 megabytes on the disk. Like, you need to make it as
yeah.
appealing as fucking possible to get as many of them motherfuckers over as possible. Needs to be
Mm,
complete. Needs to be able to function offline. Like something that always annoyed me with the Xbox One generation and onward, which wasn't a thing with the 360, is that like, and it's again like I know this is a particular thing, but with the achievement system, doesn't function offline on the modern consoles. None of
yeah.
them. And it's the type of thing of like that may seem niche and trivial, but that's a ton of people who would have, if they cared about that, they have made the distinct choice that they've looked at PlayStation and been like, they support that offline. I care about that. I'll go over there. Like you need to make it appealing to every avenue as much as possible because you're so far behind. You have hardly any reach. Like you need to have as big of a reach as possible. Like make this shit appealing. If you're gonna do it, like I would be disappointed if it was just it's disk drive and then it's shit discs because I don't. It's just a novelty, and it will help some people. But like you need to just if you're gonna go big, go big. I feel like
it's yeah, it's just it's a really bad spot to be in because you have for one trained your audience not to buy games and for two trained your audience not to care about physical games. And
mm-hmm,
so like I don't really know. I don't fucking know, Loon. It's interesting to watch, but it does feel like we're about to just watch a car wreck.
yeah,
And I you can't take your eyes off of it, but it feels like uh, maybe they hit the fucking e-brake and swerve out of the way at the last minute and
Tokyo
just
Drift.
somehow, yeah, stumble onto the right lane that they need to go down that none of us can see. I mean, I think we can all see the right lane, but like we just don't know how to get there. We know that I mean, even with the recent data, the 86% spike in Xbox consoles being sold, like, yeah, dude, Forza Horizon, Gears of War, like that combo is going to sell consoles if they're exclusive to your system. And then if you just continue to do that over and over and over and over and over, but like you gotta have the teams, you gotta have the games, and you gotta have Fallout and Elder Scrolls and Diablo. The next Diablo should be exclusive. The next, like, are you really committed like that? I don't know, man. I don't think you are. And if you're not, then it's probably a wrap after the Helix. But I don't, maybe consoles in general are over after next
See,
generation.
that's where I was gonna like pluck as well. I think they are in the worst spot, but this is also highlighting just how bad of a spot like traditional the way that they've conducted themselves and their models and stuff like that, the way that they've maneuvered seems to not be fitting in this like generation moving onward. Like subsidizing, they don't want to do that and stuff like that, whereas they were fine to do that in certain ways. Physical media was fine to exist, now it's not. Like there's tons and tons of changes that are being tweaked. And it's just like the more that you tweak as well, the less it's gonna feel like a console. And
Hmm.
you're really shredding its identity. And I'll use this as an example. Like it's kind of similar in a way to like the Wii U. The Wii U didn't it had a weird didn't feel like it had any need to exist, if that makes sense. Like it didn't really appeal to anyone. It was a handheld, right? That you couldn't leave the room
Yeah.
of like it's that type of thing of like I get it, it's gimmicky, but like it's good that you woke up and didn't continue down that fucking route because you'd be dead as a company. It doesn't matter how much you fucking sell Pokemon and shit. Like that was a really, really, really bad showing. And it's the type of thing of like I don't know. I am concerned for traditional home based consoles like that. The handheld market seems to be doing fine with the Switch and stuff like that. Not going to mention handheld PCs; they're still very niche. They're their own little different bread and butter. Even though people like to bundle them in, that's not. I no, they're separate. You're looking at like the Steam Deck selling peanuts in comparison, so you can't compare it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's worrying. I think the spike as well was partly due to the price increases, as well as if I didn't grab the PC, I might have bitten on that 2 terabyte model because you're looking at it in the thing of I would get rid of that one. It'd be not like games are getting bigger and bigger. You'd be having a fresh console as well built, so it'd be new. It'd have a little bit more lifespan on it. You'd expect. So I'm sure people charged out and got them for that, as well as the contributing factor, of course, of Forza Horizon 6 still at this point being exclusive console title for them, and the announcement of Gears, and maybe 2 people bought it for Clockwork. Who knows?
Yeah. I looked up the sales data for the percentage increase before the last price hike for the Xbox Series consoles, and it was around 8%. And so this being 86%, like it's a considerable jump forward, but also it was a considerable decline for, when you look throughout 2025 and how
Mm.
bad the Xbox Series sold. Like there were reports where people were estimating it's not going to sell a million units in in 2027. So I don't know, man. I have no fucking idea what that brand does moving forward. I do think it's kind of like the this is a shitty analogy, but fuck it. Uh, like you're leaving a bar late at night and you got no action whatsoever. You're trying to hit on chicks, nothing's working, and then you send that late you up text to an old flame. And I kind of am feeling that towards like Google Stadia, where it's like Stadia was just like 7 years too early. If Stadia was launching in 2028 at fucking 300, $400, $500, whatever, in comparison to these $1,500 like standard core consoles. Because now I'm in a place where, yeah, I can stream all my games. I got fucking fiber optic internet.
It's funny
Like
that you say that because Amazon have kind of
with
woken up to
Luna.
that.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know if you saw. I think I posted it in the Discord thing. But like before, it was a separate entity. No shit, you're not gonna see fucking success. You need to have it slapped in the front face of people. So like it's now built into Prime Video and stuff like that. So it is functioning like every other form of media. I think you need like a Fire Stick thing. You literally any controller, Bluetooth, pair it to it, and away you go. And again,
Yeah,
like that, it's still not the answer because tons and tons of places around the world do not have the infrastructure for it.
of course.
But if anything that has like signaled to us, and they've outright said it, that the plan, a lot of them, is like to get rid of hardware.
Hmm.
That is the goal. That's that's what's going to be when you're in 2080. You won't have thingy and stuff like that. So like that's going to be the next way. Like physical dies and then the hardware dies. That's going to be fucking brutal when that happens. But like
Yeah,
you
I'm
said,
so
if
curious.
Stadia
Well,
launched now, it would be a lot more viable than it was. Because it was
yeah.
like the infrastructure wasn't there. Like hardly anyone could fucking use the things.
Hmm.
And I
Damn.
don't even know if they had exclusives. I don't know. I can't remember. It's been
Remember,
so
they were
long.
trying to get Baldur's Gate 3
Oh yeah, I remember
exclusive,
that. Yep.
and they had s- supposedly they had like the best version of Cyberpunk at launch
Hmm?
on console, and it was like, yeah, I don't know. I wonder with Asha's ability to, she's so much less in that like core gamer space that maybe there could be some benefit of someone like her opposed to a Mark Cerny being like, yeah, what if we just fucking launch this thing at $300 and it's nothing but cloud gaming?
I mean, they've
And
already kind of signaled that, right, to the insiders as of late. That's what broke, I
I
think, yesterday
I didn't
with
see
the
that.
ad based cloud gaming thing.
Oh yeah,
They've
yeah,
that's the again that's starting the ball rolling of
yeah,
you need to monetize it. You can't have this rolled out for free because it's very expensive to keep them constantly streaming data to you,
yeah,
even if it's a game that you've purchased. Like it's just an expensive thing.
yeah.
So what has been rolled out to insiders is the free tier. So it'll be playing ads at the beginning of your session. And their words were the core game experience is the same, is what they made sure to say. So what I
Mhm.
would imagine is saying is that there won't be any pop-ups while you're playing, and
Yeah,
there's not going to be any like you're in the middle of a cutscene and then it's like, yeah, buy the new big whopper kind of thing. The weird thing is though, sessions limited to an hour.
that's crazy.
Like, don't get me wrong, I know like we game more than a lot of people. 1 hour session, man, is maybe I'm wrong and maybe that is like the average and where they've gone with it, but I feel like that the average is a little bit more than that. If you're jumping on like a multiplayer game with buddies, surely you squeeze like 2 hours out of that at night. Like you start at 8, finish at 10, go to sleep kind of thing. For a lot of people who are working single player
Well,
games, you can't really get much done in an hour, really.
it's the tough thing though, because it's like the data would suggest probably, yeah, most gamers play about 7 hours a week, an hour a day. But they're probably playing for like 3 or 4
Yeah,
hours for 2 days,
yeah.
and not playing at all the
They're
other
playing on the
five.
fucking
And it's,
weekends when they have their time off.
yeah,
They're not clocking in at fucking 11 o'clock on a Wednesday night.
yeah,
So, yeah, that was like a big. I don't know if that's. Again, this is insider stuff. So this hasn't been rolled out to the public. It's behind like semi closed doors. Maybe they get given feedback for it. And then, yeah, what I wrote at the bottom is, as we said, it's no doubt using it as a way to bridge the gap between rising hardware costs. That's the whole point of it, is that I think that is the end goal that, like many companies have suggested, they don't really want us owning a graphics card. They don't want you owning a processor. They don't want you having something tangible in front of you that you have in the same way that they don't want you owning physical games. Because if you don't have the hardware, like if it's just a box that's basically hollow and is feeding it, or it's a chip in a TV or whatever, they can cut it off
Mm,
at any point. With what they're doing now, and they've pissed people off at PS6, the alternative is people can just keep buying on PS5.
yeah.
And that's
Yeah,
that's the
dude.
big concern, is that we move into a few generations of that as a model. When they choose to close it, that's it. Like nothing's
Mm.
locally installed and stuff like that. It's you either upgrade or you don't game at all. Go dig out your great grandfather's Nintendo 64. And it's
It's
just like
fucking,
that's bleak, man. When I'm
it's
thinking
very
about it,
bleak. Very bleak,
and I
dude.
do not like
Very
that.
bleak.
Don't
Mm.
like that at all. So yeah, it's unfortunately been a rough month, primarily driven by negativity. Um, and like the as I said, with the things being announced of like classic Xbox games being added, like they're nice little pinches of salt, and like to Fallout fans, it must be nice to hear Fallout's on the way. But it's counteracted by like if you're a PlayStation fan, you don't know if it's coming to PlayStation because we've just sat there speculating if it's going to be an exclusive or not. If it comes to PlayStation, it's not going to be on a fucking disc. So if you care about like, there's just so many. For every bit of positive, it feels like there's three things punching you in the back of the head. And it's just like, man,
Yeah,
I miss the old days, man.
it's just right now it feels like we're no longer in the era of like small news, you know? It's things have to be fucking really, really big right now, either one way or the other, catastrophic or like monumental. Holy shit, I can't believe this is happening. Like everything is just magnified and amplified to a degree that, I kind of do miss some of the slower news months in 2019. And it's like, hey, you know, today we're going to talk about the technology, the horde technology in Days Gone. It's like, yeah, we don't get much of that anymore.
Same with releases as well. There is, I get like, it's nice having tons and tons of choice. There was something nice though about knowing that you had like a month with breathing room between
Totally.
something, so that you
Yeah.
could either catch up on stuff. And maybe, I don't know if you'll agree with this, it did make you appreciate releases a little bit more because they were so,
1000%.
it felt like they were so far apart. Like, don't get me wrong, of course, there's people yearning for GTA 6. It's been a long time. But if, like, you're in, what's the word? A gamer that dips your toe into tons and tons of stuff, it's not like there's been
Mm.
nothing to do in between then and there.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
you've had tons and tons of shit. So, yeah.
Yeah. It really is because like July, I haven't been playing much of anything. And I've like developed even more appreciation for First Light 007 because it was like the last game I really like stuck with me and
Before the
just
world
not
ended.
but not having like anything else to really preoccupy or distract me or like I went back and replayed it from beginning to end again and just like yeah, it's just that's what is sticking with me because July, I mean, Dench Attack and a couple other things that I played in July, but like not a whole lot. And so I just kind of keep thinking about 007 all the time. And I don't know, there's something nice about that. It's not even just about not having choice in the sense of, oh, okay, well, here's this one game I'm going to play in July. It's sometimes like you would go a couple months without anything and it isn't even that you're returning back to the game that you just played and enjoyed. It's just like you're thinking about it because you're not distracted by the other new, shiny object, the keys dangling in front of your face. It's like, oh, cool. Yeah, I'm just going to sit here and reflect on like mechanics and interesting missions and story moments and oh, I'm going to watch a lore video and like, these things that once I move on from one game to the next, like I'm that's kind of out of sight, out of mind. You know, I'm just
Yeah, hardly
continuing to
anyone
go.
replays stuff now because you don't. If you're a gamer that touches tons and tons, you don't have the time because
No,
it's on to the next thing. Um,
totally.
so yeah, it's it. Yeah, it must have been nice because when was the last time that you? Because that's a quick turnaround of a replay. When was the last time like you replayed something that close to
Mm.
it launched? Because I
Resident Evil
can't
4.
even the remake.
Yeah, that would have been what, 2023. That was the last
Yeah,
time I think that happened for me at all. I wanted to do it with RE9, but I didn't.
I think Control.
2019.
I think it might have been Control.
Yeah. That's a fucking great one to replay. I'm replaying that as well. I'm like 20 minutes away from the end for whatever reason. I just won't go watch the final cutscene. I don't know why the fuck I'm doing that.
I will hold on.
I'm not even like, I'm
Hold
at the
on.
point now where I can't even do anything else. Like I just have to progress to the final cutscene. Like I can't go back and like I'm at that very, very last. Yeah, but I just keep on. It just stays there. Sly
Such a
Cooper.
magical game, man.
Yeah.
It truly breaks my heart that like I know I like constantly be like, yeah, pillars, pillars. Like the game that I really truly would believe would be like a that should appeal
Yeah.
to a wider amount of people because like even if you're not even paying attention, like the shit that goes on in that game is interesting enough that if you're not even reading the notes, you
Yeah.
could skip all the dialogue. It's just a fun fucking game.
Hmm.
And like it just doesn't seem to be like I don't know like what is it the aftershave Sam Lake wears? Like is it like does it smell of rats? Like no one seems to touch his games, and it's kind of like
It's
Tim
fucking
Schafer thing of
crazy.
like I don't really get it, really.
Yeah. It is weird, dude. It is really weird. I remember listening to an interview with one of the creative directors or lead programmer or something, and they were talking about we view ourselves as like Naughty Dog on a budget. And it's like that's so fucking crazy to me that I think they achieved that. Like genuinely, I do think they are of that caliber. And there's maybe four studios in the entire world that are of that caliber in terms of presenting something in a super cinematic manner
Yeah.
and having the production quality but also having the mechanical depth and just like all of the things you want in a core single player video game. But the other studios who do it and do it well at that level all are massive fucking 20 million copies sold, 15 million copies sold, and they're Remedy struggling to sell like 4 or 5 million. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's never been something I've understood. Because you look at like Black Flag re-releasing and
Yeah.
then like blowing up, and it's just like how do I put it? They had such shit stigma after Shadows and
Mhm.
Outlaws with Ubisoft as the tag, and they've always taken like massive, massive blows constantly. But it just shows like that's kind of like the evidence of maybe why Xbox is drilling in on pivoting on okay only Fallout then because
Yep.
you look at that you look at the Black Ops ports they weren't even remasters they were literally the bare minimum that they could have done to have the right to sell that on PlayStation they did and it topped the charts
Yeah.
and it's insane like I get it
So
like it's
crazy.
if you're on PlayStation, you obviously haven't had the backwards compatibility program to have been playing these games. So there's been like a 14-year gap between them. But it just shocks me that like no one's really given it like shit for just being a port either. They're like praising it as if
Mhm.
that's good. And it's just like I get like it's tapping into your nostalgia, but like they've also like obfuscated it a little bit with it being 20, so people are looking at it as 20. That's only a limited time like discount, and you have to be a plus member. They're selling them for 40 each. And the season passes for 40 each.
It's fucking crazy, dude.
Like, and that just shows how much they milk, like live service crew and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Hey, can we pause real quick before we hop into the game so I can take a piss?
Yep, it's cool.
Perfect.
We shall pause now. Alrighty, we are back. We are back, and
Back
we have the
in.
CEO clash because we're clearly better than anyone else. And I gambled this month, and I think it bit me in the ass again. The same thing happened with Elliot. I need to keep this in mind when I'm picking stuff. Did you see the Halo reviews?
Yeah.
They were relatively favorable for
Yeah.
Xbox. Every other platform fell like much lower.
Mm,
And it was just like, and that's what you need to keep in mind. Obviously, we're not going off of Metacritic as the highest rated number. It's OpenCritic, which, to my knowledge, it combines them all in the aggregate,
yep.
right? So
Combines. Yeah.
when it's hitting, I think like I don't know if it stayed at that, but I saw PC at like 79. And it's just like,
Oh, wow. What happened? Was it just busted or like always?
so on PlayStation, it had performance issues, and I think people couldn't log in. They'd like logging in because there's like the account shit that they wanted doing to it, and then PC had later down into the campaign just crashing issues, but seemed to be running fine on Xbox by the looks of it. And
Yeah,
it's
I
just
mean,
like that's the problem. That's the problem.
84 for Xbox Series and 81 for PS5, 77 for
Oh my
PC.
god, it dropped even more.
That's a
No.
pretty big dip.
Oh boy. So let's get the old notepad up. Because I predicted 86, thinking surely this kind of goes to my point though of like if that new Gears landed on PlayStation, I don't think it would be received well. And this with this
Yep.
being on Halo arriving on PlayStation, my fears have been made reality because I did voice it, but I still thought that maybe some Xbox fans would be like, yeah, 90, baby. But no, clearly not. Because I predicted 86. And what did you say it got?
It got a 81 on PS5, 84 on Xbox Series.
What was the Open Critic average?
Let's see.
I'm going to guess 83 or 82.
Open Critic, Halo. 83.
God damn. Not even close. Not even close. I think, but you had the opposite effect with Dench Attack. When you locked it in June, you said 81. It got delayed. You was
Mm.
like, "Ah, give me an extra point for that 1 month delay." I think that came in at like fucking 89, didn't it? Like it.
It came in at an 87. Yeah.
Damn.
It's a really, really good game. I still gotta finish it, man. I'm not finishing fucking anything these days, but
Mm.
um I played like 5 hours of it. It's so addictive, so damn addictive. I think 87's a little crazy. Like I wouldn't give it an 87, but it's really, really good. So don't want to shit on it for getting a high score. It is really fun. And I will say the more I've played it, the more complex it's getting. And so maybe with more time put into it, it's like even more like, holy shit, because there's boss fights and there's moments where you're surfing and doing tricks in water. It's so unique, and it's doing weird things within the extreme sports adjacent genre that I've never seen before. So yeah, it's really, really cool.
Yeah. So yeah, you edged it that time. August and September relatively packed for
Packed,
releases.
packed. What's our overall total so far? Do you have that on your spreadsheet?
I've not been tallying it yet. I was gonna leave it to the end. I should have been tallying it.
Do you have like month by month of, so we've been doing this for 5 months. Have we been doing it all 5 months?
We've done it since April. So we've done
April.
April, May, June, July.
Got you. Do you have like the results for those months?
Yep.
Okay, what are they?
So April. Well, I can just tally it now, right? We'll write the. I can't remember how you do this.
You don't have to. I'm just curious about like the number score, like of who has more months.
I think you're winning by a very large margin.
Oh, really?
I believe so.
Because I think you won the last two
Mm,
or the last month, definitely. I think definitely you won because you had
So that would be 4 points.
you had what did you have last month? Something big. Yeah, my brain fucking doesn't work anymore.
The Adventures of Elliot was last month.
And what did I have last month?
Dench Attack, and it got delayed. That's the only reason I
Got
won
it, got it, got it,
that
got it,
month.
got it, got it. Okay, right, right, right. All
Um,
right.
what I'll do, I'll tally these off. I think you're in the lead because you got Saros at the beginning of the year, then Forza Horizon 6, you landed. So what I'll do is I'll do this off camera, um, and then there will be an extra, as you can see here, the people who are watching, there'll be an extra thing, and I'll put total at the bottom, and then keep the tally of that, which I
Perfect.
should have done.
I mean, ain't no
But yeah,
big deal at all.
August, August. Oh yeah, we have to do the roll. Give me 1 second.
I don't even think you can really go wrong in August. Like there are one, two, three, four, five games that'll review over an 85, I think, in August.
5. I wrote down 4. I wonder what that fifth one you chose.
Yeah, I want to hear your
Indie
full
title?
list. Well, I wouldn't know because I don't know what the other four are. You know what I mean? We'll have to do after we pick. You'll have to reveal what yours are because I'll tell you one is not indie.
None of mine are
T
indie.
Okay, one of mine is indie.
And that's the thing where I kind of lose. Like me having my foot off the pedal. Like I used to be a little bit more nose to the floor for indie titles, and have long since given that up with the release cadence. It also doesn't help that they skip Xbox a lot of the time.
I think
Um,
let's see. I shouldn't say anything. Okay, no, it's not skipping Xbox, the one I'm talking about. I'll
okay.
tell you that much.
Hmm.
There's actually two indies that I think could be in that 85 range, and neither are skipping Xbox. So uh
Interesting. All
it
right,
is
let's
really,
roll the
really
name.
packed.
See who gets the pick first. It's been favoring me, and it's landed on you. I'm kind
Oh
of glad it's landed on
shit.
you because I kept winning, and it was just like this doesn't make me look good. It makes it look rigged.
Damn. This is one month where I wish it would have landed on you. Because I have two games that I am like very like I have two runaway picks that are by far my selection. But
I have 3.
okay, well, how about this? I'm gonna pick mine and tell me the rest of yours because I want to talk through it a little bit more because
Mhm.
August is so packed. Um, I'm gonna go with Star Wars Zero Company.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah.
That
You
was
know what I
also on my
want to go
list.
with.
It was at the bottom of my list.
Really?
That's interesting. So let's lock that in before I forget. Um, Star Wars Zero Company. Did you want to give a score prediction now or in a minute?
Yeah, so if you look at like the XCOM games, the scores are nuts, dude. And that's like my rationale here for like XCOM 2 is at 87 on Open Critic.
Out of curiosity, what's Marvel's Midnight Suns?
Midnight Suns
While you look that
is
up, I'm going to look up Phoenix Point.
yeah, Midnight Suns at 82. Like these are real strong scores. And Midnight Suns is like, it wasn't as groundbreaking or anything, and it still is in the low to mid eights.
So Phoenix Point was 72. just from the original creator of XCOM when he did the reboot thing. Um,
Yeah, I
I'm pumped for
tell
it.
me what you're picking.
I'm not gonna dig it out. Like I'm really looking forward to it. I'm always down for a tactics game.
Well,
But
before you tell me what you had ahead of it.
so I would have had that at fourth. Resonance of Plague Tale at
That was
third.
my other one.
But the thing is that this was made ahead of. So these might have been switched around with them announcing that fight stick and then pulling it away. I think there's going to be a lot of people pissed because you have the die-hard fighting fans because Marvel Tokon's coming out, right?
The only reason that was behind Plague Tale and Zero Company is because reviewers really prioritize story, and I think the story is
Yeah.
likely gonna suck.
So that when they announced that fight stick, I was like, okay, that's going to appeal to like them die-hard fans who are crazy enough to master these games. But now that that's been delayed, that's not going to help them like the people who devote themselves to it if they're going to be doing the reviews. But like you said, that's the risk, isn't it? Is that it's very unlikely, probably, that there's going to be those diehard people who are very good at fighting games doing them reviews. Sometimes you just get thrown something on your plate. I just have a feeling Beast of Reincarnation is just going to click with so many people. I've heard a lot of people with the previews being like red hot on it. And it's just like, I don't I'm skeptical it's going to break into the 90s because obviously that's so fucking difficult to do.
Yeah.
But you're talking about like Game Freak having a budget and that, or like what they showed already looked really damn interesting and fun. And it's just like, there could be a spark there. There really could be a spark there.
So why I am cooler on that, for one, I heard Blessing Adeoye's preview of it, and he was like, it's good. And I was like, okay, I went and looked up Lies of P. It's at an 82.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, dude, that's the best one of those that is ever released outside of FromSoft, probably. And it's at an 80 fucking 2. I
It had a weird balked difficulty curve at launch.
What would another one like? What would you say?
That's the thing though, they never have favorable reviews their way.
Yeah.
That's also the thing because they all seem to struggle with that trend because Mortal Shell had the same issues and went
Mm,
on to be a more beloved game as time went on. Lords of the Fallen 2 dire launch went to be beloved later on by a lot of people. The Surge didn't really make it with critics. If your name doesn't have FromSoft attached to it, you're not
mm,
looked favorably critically when you're
totally.
even within like touch. So I don't think it's going to be like a direct Souls like, but even like you look at Wukong, what was that, 82 or something crazy?
Yeah, it wasn't nearly as high as
Which I'm playing for it at the moment, and like of course things can change, but like it's fucking up there. Like it gives FromSoft a run for their money, and it's so much more. You have the death mechanic, obviously, where you're having to go back and fight the thing, but there's no loss of like it's a soul's light. You don't lose anything when you die. It's just learning patterns in the same way that you would with like Ninja Gaiden and stuff like that. Um,
yeah, it's
and
an
that wasn't,
82.
yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I Maybe
Did
it's
you have
another.
anything else?
Well, those were the four. Is that it was going to
Okay.
be Zero Company at the bottom because I think back of like Gears of War Tactics and stuff like that, and they just don't seem to resonate with people.
I,
Um, so yeah.
well, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna let you make your selection, and then I'm gonna tell you the other ones that I have my
I
eye
will
on.
go. While you're there, if you wouldn't mind relaying me information, what
Hmm.
was the Plague Tale Requiem score at?
83.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
I'll roll the
that's
dice with Beast or Reincarnation.
it's tough. For whatever reason, those games don't review as well as you would think. Because A Plague
I've
Tale Innocence
noticed
is
that a
an
lot
82.
just don't. Um, Beast of Reincarnation.
So you're locking in Beast of Reincarnation?
Yeah.
So the other ones I had on my radar were Dusk Fade, which is an upcoming 3D, action platformer. It looks fucking incredible. And Grave Seasons is an upcoming horror farming sim. And like the main mechanic is that for every 24 hours, another member of your farm town is murdered, and you're trying to track down the murderer.
Yeah,
Um,
like a town of Salem kind of thing.
yeah, and supposedly like previews have been pretty hot on it, and it could be one of those ones. Dusk Fade could be one of those ones, but with indie games, you just never have any idea. So I went with Zero Company with the team. Just I that team is fucking really 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 talented at making that style of game, but
Ooh.
it's gonna come down to like it's a Star Wars story that's gonna be critiqued like a Star Wars
Yeah.
story. So
Do you still
that's
have the website open?
yeah. I have
What
what do you
did
want?
XCOM Chimera Squad get? Because that's technically the last XCOM game that come out.
Right. I have the Game Informer website open as well. So if you need anything from the release calendar, I XCOM Chimera Squad 78.
Mm.
But
It's brutal,
this
man. Because these are so well polished games as well for the genre. That's kind of slightly what annoys me. I won't lie. That's why I don't like review scores. Is that they're obviously. You would think the lens should be what it is in relation to its genre, really. Like, is it the best of its genre? Is how that score should be related, I feel, in some way. Because, like you're saying, with the. I think it should get bumped up a few, but like stuff like Plague Tale is not 82.
mm,
Stuff like that, the things that it achieved and stuff like that. And yeah, I.
that's
Yeah.
a whole topic for a whole different episode because I feel I feel you, but I feel like something about like when you see 10, that should mean fucking
Oh
10,
yeah, no,
man.
I don't want things to be like 10 out of 10 and stuff like that, but like these can be some of the best of their genre. It just feels wrong to say like a Plague Tale, you would consider it one of the best of its type of genre. No?
Mm, it's but like that's the thing is are there inherent restrictions within genres? Like I think you could make an argument that it's just hard for a walking simulator style of game to get a 90. And I don't know if I disagree with that, honestly.
Mm. I am
But I
a
don't
heavy,
know.
heavy advocate that things need to be, that it has to have gameplay to be a game. I am of that mind, but like what it sets out to do, it achieves flawlessly almost with its
Mm,
story and stuff like that, which is the whole point of it. Like the combat is secondary, and even when the combat is introduced and stuff like that, they get like I don't even enjoy the game, and I'm sitting here defending it. Like I can't deny its quality, even with its combat and its scenarios. Like they're well thought out puzzles though, with the rats and the stuff and where it interacts with the environment. Like you're not getting that with like Observer.
for sure. It's a great game. I don't know. It's I mean, it's one of my favorite games of the generation. So like I love it, but even when I were if you put me on the review for that thing, I don't know if I'd come away with something much higher than like an 85
No, but that's
because
that sits better with me. Like that's pushing it close. Like being an 82 is close to slipping into the seven.
yeah.
It feels very weird for it to score and rank that low. I'm not saying I wouldn't think it's a 92 or anything and stuff like that. It doesn't hit that, but just like high eights is where, or
Mhm.
mid eights, high eights. I feel like it is damn well deserving of being up there because it's one that like I don't really care for the walking sim genre. It's no doubt one of the best.
Mm,
Like,
yeah. Yeah, it's really tough because like you have that argument a lot with Tony Hawk, sports games, Tetris,
mm,
where it's like, yeah, should a Tetris game really be a 10 out of 10? It's flawless. It's damn near fucking perfect. It doesn't do anything wrong, but it's limited.
mm,
And I can see both angles. You know what I mean? I remember back in the day when Tony Hawk was like getting perfect scores and shit. Um, there's that argument of like, well, is it doing enough to achieve those perfect scores? And I I feel like if you're breaking brand new ground doing something that's never been seen before, never been done before, and you're just knocking it out of the park, it's like, yeah, genre be damned at that point because you're kind of creating your own new lane. I think that you should give credit to innovation, but it's everybody has their own personal spin on review scores and all that. It's going to come down to the individual.
absolutely. Right, we need to predict what they're going to be. What score do you have for Zero Company, considering you are to go first? Let's hear what you feel like they'll cook up.
86.
Ooh.
I think that it's going to be top tier of that genre, best in class combat, best in class gameplay. I think the only thing that could possibly hold it back is the story. It's the only fucking thing.
Mm, this is the beauty of the system because obviously it's as long as you're in the eights, you're getting the 3 points. It's really important about getting the score prediction right more than anything. I'm gonna go 84 for Beast of Reincarnation because I think that has a little bit of leeway because it might come in at a little bit lower, 83. If it comes in at 84, you get the 2 points. If it comes in at 85, you still get a point. I think I'm
Just
happy
out
with
of
that.
curiosity, what do you think Zero Company is going to get? I think I'll go ahead and tell you. I think Reincarnation is going to be a 79.
Damn. I don't know. I was looking at it when I was thinking up the 84 for it. Is I was looking at like Lego Batman and stuff like that because that's I would have expected that to be higher. That's pretty damn good quality. Would have thought maybe 86 for it, 85. Um, for Zero Company, I just think low eights.
Mm,
I think when XCOM Enemy Unknown came out, it was so groundbreaking that they were able to redesign that classic game and put it into that formula.
yeah,
And not only put it into that form, that set the foundation. It's like how Souls likes with Dark Souls just set that. That was like, okay, that's the quality bar for turn based tactic game. And everybody
right.
aped it. They did things where they changed things in XCOM 2 for the better and slightly worse in some cases, but it reviewed very well. The War of the Chosen is an amazing expansion. I don't know if you can tap it anymore. I think it's one of them things where that genre's that ceiling's been reached. So when that ceiling's been reached, you then, even though if it's like it could be equal footing with XCOM, people are so harsh with review scores now.
Yeah.
There's gonna
I'm
be
hoping
people
to,
being like, it's the same shit. Just
yeah,
Star Wars. They don't have
which
the
it
high
probably will
ground
be.
and do some fucking smart ass quippy headline that they run.
Yeah,
Um,
it probably will be, if I'm being honest. Like, I doubt it's going to be anything to reinvent the wheel. I'm just hoping that the story is the one thing, because like they were talking about like decision making in the narrative and shit. If
mm,
that comes through and they're able to nail that, then fuck yeah, dude. Because yeah, I mean, you're right. That genre does need new life and new. It needs something again. Like there needs to be that thing that's like, oh, this is different. And I don't think that's going to be like bonds and shit that you saw in Midnight Suns, which were cool, but I don't think that's going to be enough to be a real selling point in terms of
I
commercial
don't
or
even know if you
critical.
it's the thing of like I'm sure there's some creative that can put a spin on it. I can't fathom how you would improve it. It just feels like a perfected thing. It's like how you can tighten up third person shooting. You can't really reinvent it. Does that make sense? Like it's been
Yeah.
perfected. First person shooting has been perfected. Like you can make it tighter and tighter and stuff like that. But like choosing to like overhaul it in any major way, I think would detract
Mhm.
from it. And that's where I'm like envisioning Star Wars. Because you had like choices, like you said, in Midnight Suns with the bonds and stuff like that. No doubt these are going to be a little bit more impactful because these
Hopefully.
aren't just like love heart, angry
Yep.
face kind of thing. They should be narrative driven choices. Because that would have been cool in Midnight Suns if like you were able to
Fuck yeah.
somehow befriend some of the villains that you were fighting and bring them onto your side and stuff like that, and then
Totally.
start going down like a fully dark route. I know there was like a light and dark side, but it was so. I'm a very big fan of the game, but it's very underbaked for what it was. Um,
Totally.
so yeah, there we have it. We squeezed 4 hours out of that. 3 hours and 45 minutes. It doesn't matter what
Chunky
it is.
topics.
This seems to be what the time frame is for these now.
At least this one will be a somewhat easier timestamp
Yeah, there's like
because
three
it's
fucking topics.
three really meaty topics.
Oh, instead of jumping back and forth. Yeah, it was nice. It was definitely more cleaner. Um, Sad that it was obviously so negative aligned, but
We can't make the
we
news, we
don't
just react to it.
exactly we don't make the choices. I don't think you would have made the choice to shut a physical.
Definitely not.
And I,
Definitely fucking not.
even though I'm more digitally aligned, I don't think it's a good idea to be shuttering physical. Losing
Hurts
any form
everybody.
of choice is just stupid. Do not champion that, please. You can
Yeah.
do as you wish, but I urge you to reconsider.
Yeah, I'm not to even open up that one, but I do not understand that. Like the amount of people who are just like absolutely dancing on the deathbed of physical media. It's like, dude, do you not understand that this is going to hurt everybody in the long run? Everybody. But it is what it is.
Well, they're
Can't fix
seeing it.
stupid.
They're seeing it today with there was outages for
Yup.
PlayStation, and it's just like, what are we at? We're at the 24th, so a little bit over 3 weeks, and their infrastructure is. I don't care what the reason is, if it's something to do with Amazon, or if they're being attacked, or if it's something to do with the game beta. It doesn't matter. It
Doesn't
just shows
matter.
how fragile it is. And you're putting all your eggs in that basket and not being like, yeah, I trust them. I don't know
It's
about that one,
fucking
Chief.
crazy. So crazy. But it is what the fuck it is, man. I hope they reverse course. I don't think they're going to. So shout out to Donkey Kong. That's what I'll be playing in 2028. Donkey Kong Bonanza 2 and Zelda Point Zelda 2.2.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. I will be most likely a PC brethren from this point forward, unfortunately. Um, as like I said, obviously we're winding down now, so we won't drag it out too much, but just don't have faith in them to figure out what they need to figure out quick enough. I think
Oof.
if we're being very, very realistic, that's what this generation should have been used as. You were
Yeah.
already trailing. This should have been where you were focusing on figuring that shit out, and it doesn't seem like you did.
It'd be so cool if Steam Machine Valve had a fucking come to Jesus moment or something and they were like, you know what? We're gonna subsidize the Steam Machine 2 whenever the AI bubble pops, get people into the PC ecosystem at an affordable price point and really enter the living room with a splash. But I
I will say, be careful what you wish for with Valve. As great as they are in many aspects, they're obviously not flawless, of course.
oh for
No one
sure.
is. The thing I will warn people, they they do not move fast. There's a reason that the Steam machine's taken has come out and now and they're being punished with the prices. They take look Half-Life 3 still isn't out. Like they have ideas in their head and they are the slowest to
Yeah.
execute on them ideas. So like even if it like you said, hypothetically popped and stuff like that, stuff started going back to normal, you'd probably be looking at when it starts to like normalize, they would still be like 8 years, 9 years, and then they'd be like, here you go, guys. And it's just like they just don't have very good timing.
Yeah. By the time they launch, be completely outdated
Yeah.
technology, and yeah, it
So
is what it is. I mean, I'll more than likely end up buying everything. PS6, Helix, Switch 3, whatever. I
the Dreamcast 2.0.
I'd love that. Yeah. But I just, you know, I n- so PS4 comes out. I am 17, I think, at the time. Um, PS5 was like really my first console generation as an adult, and I it was during COVID.
Mm-hmm.
So like there's no culture to like experience the launch and like going and waiting in line, and like there was none of that. There was just sitting on your fucking phone waiting for things to refresh and be available for purchase, and just this super super soulless experience. And now really my first console generation as a full grown adult where I have expendable income and can buy whatever the fuck I want, and like I have no, like there's nothing in my heart, in my soul, that wants to buy these things. Like I probably will
It was
because
there for the Switch too.
yeah, but I didn't get it day one,
Oh,
I there
I
was,
couldn't remember.
yeah, it was when Donkey Kong came out and I was like,
Mm.
damn, this looks really good. I want to play it. Um but like, yeah. So anyways, it's just kind of a bummer because the whole thing of the physical in-person day one launch is you go in, you grab the console, and you grab whatever games you can afford or whatever games you want to buy. And it's like the whole thing, right? Like the unboxing, unwrapping the games, and like that's the launch experience that I didn't get to have a ton of that as a kid.
Yeah, no.
I
And
mean,
that's
I don't want to be, I had some of that as a kid for sure. I wasn't like fucking, my mom spoiled the shit out of me, but it was,
but you're
now I
still a
could
child.
literally,
It's like you're not going to be attending midnight release. That's what late teens and adults
right.
were doing and stuff like that. Like I'm sure some parents allowed it, of course, but like
Yeah.
it's just not because it's not even. There's a lot of people that say that type of thing, and wouldn't like. It doesn't really bother them. They're just using it as like a kind of rallying call thing. I know for a fact that you were so looking forward for GTA 6 to pick that up in person because you were so
Yeah.
pumped about. You knew that of it. Well, it was obvious it's going to be the biggest thing ever. Like that would have
Mhm.
been. I would probably argue because they're just rabid Rockstar fans. You would probably have a fucking richer atmosphere in that physical collection for GTA 6 if it was a disc than you would for the launch of PS6. I think there's been so much further in their rabidness and they're so hungry for it.
Could be, yeah.
And because you're all there, it's not you're all there aligned for that one singular product as well. With
Yeah.
a PS6, you could be lined up and be like, "Yeah, I'm only here for JRPGs," so you can't
Mhm.
heavily connect to that person. You're just there for that. But like with GTA 6, like you'd be sitting in line and you're all fucking feeding off each other's energy. Like, oh, I can't wait to surf. Oh, I can't
Yeah.
wait to get a haircut. I can't wait to pay my taxes and
I swear. Yeah.
and it would have been no doubt like unlike anything else.
Yeah, dude. And like I still do go, I love the in-person experience for that shit. Like I'll never abandon that. I love going and picking up my physical copies in the store and connecting with the other people, and like I like the in-person experience for all of that. I like real human culture and seeing, people's genuine excitement in person, and like those things are just, yeah, to me it's something I value a lot. But hey, the world doesn't, you know, the world doesn't revolve around me, and it is what it is at the end of the day. Like it's less exciting, but if Helix is the only place to play Elder Scrolls 6 and PS6 is the only place to play The Last of Us 3 and Switch 3 is the only place to play Bayonetta 4, it's like, yeah, I'll be buying all of them just in the same way that I always have, but it's totally like it is that thing now where I have the expendable income to be able to go in and grab a PS6 and maybe just get the whole fucking launch lineup of games and like the content that I could, I could already think of like ranking the entire launch line, like all these things that would be so exciting and fun for myself and the viewer. Like, yeah, that sucks, man. Because I damn sure will not be buying the entire digital launch lineup. That's going to be flooded. There are so many dog shit, solo developers are going to be trying to hit that launch date. And yeah, ugh.
Yeah, it's something I envy as well for Americans is that you were able to keep hold of your game stores far longer than we did. I never had a midnight launch in
Oh,
person other
wow.
than one thing for a game. And do you know what that experience was?
Hmm.
It's because it was tight. Like there's no game places at that point. It was at a supermarket, so you just had to approach the security guard who's on a little
Yeah.
security booth, and he's got him in there, and it's just they hand it. It's so anticlimactic. It's just like, oh,
Yeah.
well, that sucks. And there was only one other person there.
Well, we all pick it up. Do you remember?
I can't remember what it was because we
Yeah.
were there to do shopping. It was just the type of thing. It might have been one of the. I can't remember.
To be fair, dude, I've only ever had like maybe 15 or so real genuine midnight launches that were actually, dozens of people who I've had, GameStop does a thing where they release pretty much all of their big games at 9 p.m. and you can just
Mm.
drive up and pick it up. And now no one is ever there at all. So like it doesn't matter even if you're going to buy fucking, you know, I don't even know what would the new Fallout, for instance. No one's going to really be there. Like it'll be maybe five people or so. You're in and out in 2 seconds. And so, yeah, but like I've only had maybe 15, maybe 20 max experiences where it's really, 10 plus people all gathering together, and Red Dead 2 was the biggest of all of them. That was 2018. So once again, like that feeling of damn, this wasn't that long ago, 2018 to
It's fucking 8
2026.
years ago.
Yeah, but it's still to say like I went through midnight launches in 2009 and 10 and shit, and they weren't as packed as Red Dead 2 in 2018.
Mm.
And so it's just like and that's Red Dead. That's not fucking Grand Theft Auto. And so like just damn man, that fucking sucks that
Are
that's not
you
because
planning on going there at midnight for GTA?
well no, because you have the 7 day window, right? You can buy it on November 12th and pick up your copy. And
I forgot about that. Because I was gonna
yeah,
say
so
I'd be so because obviously it's not gonna be something I'm gonna be able to partake in. I would have been so interested to see, but yeah, I didn't. I completely forgot about that. It completely diminishes the fucking point.
yeah, there's not gonna be there's no I mean, I no, dude, it just that feels almost like slapping myself in the fucking face of showing up at midnight to pick that up when I don't have to at all.
Mm.
Like there's no necessity whatsoever. I can grab that on November 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, and like still have the exact
So
same experience.
I get it. They know that probably a lot of the casuals don't have lightning fast internet, and it's probably gonna be gargantuan.
Hmm.
But like that still is strange.
I think that's kind of cool in a weird way, like giving people like I
Yeah,
do think that
they were at least thoughtful of that. They
yeah,
know that is cool, but that does obviously diminish again. Anytime something's given, something's taken away.
totally. Yeah. And there's going to be zero fucking cultural. Like I might go on November 12th though, actually. Like go the first day just to see what like but even then it's like dude, I'm going to go at 5 p.m., 6 p.m.,
Just
I
you sitting in the thing. Do you want to buy
That's
a GTA 6 coded box? No, not yet. I'm just seeing if other
uh,
people are doing it.
fucking
Okay,
A.
sir.
It is what it is, man. It's
I kind of
times
get
are
no, but I get
changing.
the curiosity because it's something that. Well, I forgot about that. Like, I was interested. I'm fascinated in knowing how much that really means to anybody. Like the difference between, because there's tons of people like, I'm not getting it. Like, there's going to be tons of people. I just wonder if the physical crowd would have been the ones to show up first, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
These people with the code in the box, are they going to be like that dedicated, or do they just not? They're just like, not really
I think
phased by it. As with like how you said, it's like I can just pick it up on any day.
I think it'll be a smattering of like probably hundreds of people just picking it up at the same store, but over the span of 7 days or 5 days, whatever, and
Mhm.
so like you think about 5 days of a store that's open 8 hours and only maybe 150 people who buy it physically, like that's, I mean, you're really unlikely to run into like a big crowd, I would assume.
Yeah. So unfortunate because like I don't know if you've had like recommended videos start like pooling in, because obviously the algorithm is like physical and stuff like that, and it's like people who are going like it's running back Halo midnight launch, or
Hmm.
the excitement that people were showing for GTA 3, being
Hmm.
like, it's photorealistic. It's just like, oh, you
Yeah.
simple soul, I love you. that's that's
Yeah.
so adorable. He looks like a melted
PS2.
potato, but that you don't know any different, and that's just so amazing to just go back to that time of just simplicity. Of that they could look at that and just be like, this is the best it's ever gonna be.
PS2 launch, dude. Like you watch those videos where people are just, I mean, it's
They're
I
proud to be part of the hobby. They
there
are
it's
so
culture.
proud to be there. They are happy. They embraced it. It was chugging in their veins. Like, I don't know. Yeah, you have like the feeling of people's opinions getting shared online and stuff like that. I maybe it was this is the thing of like you have the video evidence and it's cherry picked or whatever, but like you think of like when we brought up with Expedition 33, even when you show excitement for something, it's always met with negativity because you're
Hmm.
glazing it. You go, oh,
Yeah.
blah blah. Just why can't people just be excited, man? Because
It's
there was
we
no what's the word? Oh, I'm drawing a blank. Pessimism. Then
mm,
there was no one in that line going, "Shut the fuck up, I'm waiting." Like
yeah.
everybody just fed off each other, and they were just so fucking happy.
We got to this point of cynicism with I think a lot of like the content creation space on YouTube primarily.
I blame you.
I'm super fucking cynical. I can't even lie, but I think that YouTube and social media promotes so much anything that gets a lot of discourse in terms of comments and
Mm,
interaction and engagement. And so negativity typically leads the way there. So, but it's been like that with the tabloids and all that shit. It times just change, and I'm open to changing with the times, but I'm still going to be stuck in my old ways on certain things for my whole life. I'll go down with the physical media thing for sure. Whoever's supporting it, whoever's the last one, I'll be right there supporting it with them. So I don't know, man. I
yeah.
don't know.
Rough month. Hopefully next month's a lot nicer. And there's
Yeah,
stuff to be celebrating. Beast of Reincarnation hitting 90. Star Wars Zero Company being the best turn-based tactics game ever. I don't
that
remember
would
what the
be.
other things were. A Plague Tale
There are.
Legacy. They figure out gameplay and make it mass appealing. Sells more than The
Like,
Witcher 3. There you go, boom.
I would be so happy.
But yeah, that is it. That is 4 hours of definitely rambling that has been achieved. As always, Brandon's channel will be linked in the description. So if you want to go over and check out his amazing content, be sure to check that out. You do way more frequent uploads than I do. You've been fucking at it recently. Tons of shit putting up there. Um, and it's been really cool to see you tapping into like comments. Does that make sense?
Hmm.
Like
Yeah.
making videos out of voicing other people's opinions. We don't really. I mean, I'm sure people do, of course, do that, but it seems like a rarity. It doesn't seem to get like highlighted like a lot of the time when somebody who has like sits down records. It's just personal opinions and
Yeah.
stuff like that. It's nice to see you read out someone's opinion, give your opinion, but also understand what their thought process is and stuff like
It's
that.
been a lifesaver, man. As I've been so negative about things, I just kind of want to hear other people. Like my upcoming one is I just put out what is your favorite thing about gaming right now? Like what are you most excited about? And because I don't feel any excitement for anything right now, if I'm being completely honest. Like I'm just I want such little to do with this hobby right now, but I know I'm going through the whole yeah, the grieving process, right? Like right now I'm just kind of shelling up and I'm like fuck everything. It's all burning to hell and it's like, well, let's see what other people are excited about and maybe try to feed some excitement of my own from what they're sharing. So, yeah, I just trying to get back in that spirit of like, hey, there are still a lot of things that are dope as shit. So,
Yeah, it's how I felt when that they announced that Xbox One thing to begin with. Is why I never
mm,
jumped. I wasn't there day one to get the console. Didn't push for it. They
yeah.
didn't roll through with it, but it left such a sour taste that it was
Yeah.
just like, I don't know about that one, man. So like, yeah, I kind of had that, and as I said before, like the physical thing doesn't sting to me as heavily because I've been grieving that loss for years. When we did the channel thing, like it still does irk me. It annoys me that we have all of these limited print things, and I get it, it's logistics and stuff like that. I just find it slightly hypocritical that you're championing let's keep physical around, but you're skipping a platform that has physical availability. I get it from a business perspective, it just leaves sour taste in my mouth. Charge a little bit more for Xbox.
Yeah.
Like you
Boy,
can't, in
people
my opinion, be like, it is our number one goal to have physical be here, and it's just like, come on, man. I don't
people
know.
hated my idea for really wasn't even my idea. It was just a hypothetical poll that I put out there. People got so mad that I even asked the question, if would you be willing to pay, extra to keep physical media alive? People lost their fucking mind. But a lot of people,
I
like
get it.
the majority of people were like, yeah, I think that I would be willing to buy some games at a higher price point to keep physical media alive. But it was wild just to see how, like, because I don't really understand, and not to, here's another fucking topic, but like, I don't really understand what the negative is in this scenario. Like,
My
it's all the only option is it's either we're either going to get a price
no,
hike or it's going to die.
no, I get that. That's the extremes. But the thing is that I can kind of I get it as well from those because if you're already drowning, basically trying to engage in this hobby, if they raise the price and you already can't enter in at 70, if they say price it at 100 and then it drops to 70, like nothing's been, it's still unattainable for you, right? So like the goalposts, they've not been made achievable for those people who are in struggling nations and stuff like that that can't fucking afford day one titles. And the likelihood is if they're trying to snuff out physicals, the print amount will be smaller as well. So there's going to be less supply going around because you already seen it. Something I pointed out with Xbox. It's what kind of that did tip me over the edge is that it's either I buy it at launch or like I'm rolling the dice 50-50 if it's going to get snagged and then I'm having to pay 80 for something that was listed at 60 and stuff like that because it may not get a reprint because there's so few of them being
Yeah, I
sold.
guess
It's just not feasible. So like I get it. I do get the like it's the whole goal is to keep it around. It's just I think some people are struggling way more than others. The fault of having to pay more is like, holy shit, man, I'm fucking struggling as is, and like I sympathize with that.
I do too, but it's my thing is like it's not going to be there at all.
Mhm.
You know, it's not like a thing of I'm saying, hey, it's $70 and they're going to keep it around and they're like, it's going away. It's going away completely. And so it's like I don't know, man. I
It's
don't
just the viewpoint
really.
of limited run, because that's what it'll be kind of like with the low print, and then the things disappear, and then they're so fucking expensive. They sometimes go up as well.
But once again, it would still at least be there.
No, yeah,
Like
yeah.
that, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. I don't see any reality whatsoever where even if they return to physical media, like, hey, we fucked up, like it's still gonna be accompanied by a price hike. If anybody is expecting them to return to physical disc production and not increase the prices, I don't know what to tell you.
No, no,
I
I stand by the thing of like it would heal the industry heavily if they were to lower many games, but they're not going to. That's the thing of like it's not realistic. Like it would help a lot of people shift more copies and stuff like that, and it would help those who fall ever so slightly short. Not all titles should be dropped that low. Like for instance, like as much as I'm not going to be buying GTA 6, I wouldn't ever suggest that they sell it for 40. There were some people being like, yeah, they could do like a fuck you to the industry and do that because they'd sell so many. It's just like, no, they fucking have accrued so much of a budget, man. But
yeah.
something like Saros, no, that should not be 70 or whatever that was. That's a 40
Oh,
ish game. And that's what I mean
yeah,
of like, not everything needs to be lowered.
for sure.
A
Yeah,
lot of things need to be lowered, though. There's no like, especially if we're going, if this starts becoming the norm with September's release cadence, if that's like a knock-on effect for the next 3 years because of GTA rattling and the COVID thing, and it's just how the way chips are landing, if they don't figure that shit out, like a lot of people are going to be in Donut's shoes where they're turning around and going, well, our money's going to fucking run dry. We can't get a game out before then, and the things that we've decided to release haven't landed. So,
totally.
like, a lot of things really should look at that. But it's the thing of what I said with the example in the Discord is that's rational to us, but you can't tell that to an investor. That's how you can't spin
S-
that to an investor. An
I
investor's
think
not gonna buy
you
that.
I think you can for like Soros and like I think you can for games that are like for a digital release like to say because if we're talking about like a digital release of Soros I think you can make a really good point that at 49.99 like you would have got more out of that
Mhm.
because it's but I think it would still be the thing of you probably like if you're gonna keep physical around then make the physical version 70 and keep the digital version at 49.99 like I think there's real value in that but listen
But they
I don't.
but they don't need to. Then that's the problem because the SKUs are already like pretty good in digital's favor. Of people are happy to pay that and ignore the physical
Not
at
for
the same time.
Soros.
No, but
Soros sold like
that's
shit.
yeah, that's one of the rarities. Although
Mhm.
that stat that came out from Piscatella is fucking rough.
Yeah, it's just the thing of like you have to it I'm never gonna be like they definitely do skew the data to make it look like physical is less relevant than it actually is, but at the same time, there's no world where I'm gonna lie to people and say that we're like some dominant force in the industry.
No,
Like,
they couldn't skew it that much. They'd
no,
be in
dude.
prison.
And
It's the
so it's
thing
like
where you can bend stuff. You can always bend stuff, but the physical is the minority. They are a
and
smaller portion. Some games sell decently split. A lot of their first party stuff sells decently split.
and so it's like if we're aware of this, then and it's going away, my thing is like I'd rather you say, hey, you're gonna have to pay more, but you can at least fucking own something and resell it. Like
Yeah, I
that's
get it.
yeah, but hey, it's not gonna that I don't even think that's gonna happen if I'm being completely real. Like I yeah,
No, we
they
discussed that of like you saying you wanted to be a fly on the wall in the Discord of no doubt that's what I was putting forward is that these aren't decisions that they just sat down over the course of an afternoon. Like this is they've looked at the charts and you see it going down, 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 down. This year it's gone slightly up, but that's what we refer to as an anomaly.
Yeah.
When it's 6 times going down, 1 time going up, it's the same with the Xbox console things. They would be unbelievably stupid if they turn around and went, well, next month is going to go up in the same rate. No,
Yeah,
no,
right, right,
you
right.
take each month as it comes. You're fucking
No.
lucky that it went up this month because you have not had that luxury. Um, so yeah, it's fucking rough, man. So sad.
Dude, yeah, it's fucking it is what it is. That really like I'm kind of getting to that point with it where I I'm not
Acceptance.
going to it's not even acceptance. It's like, well, yeah, it's acceptance. It's like I'll go down with the physical ship wherever it's at. I'll go down with it. But like,
Like
I'm aware I'm on a sinking fucking ship.
it just comes full circle with like Mia mentioning Mystic Brian. You're not going to skip the hobby because of it.
No, no.
I
I'm gonna
don't
play
think.
less.
Yeah, and that's what he said he'll do. And a lot of
No.
people will do, no doubt about it. I
Mm,
think with me as well. Like I said, um, over the course of this was even before this was announced. I've been buying far fewer things. I went a
no.
bit crazy on the Steam summer sale because they're fucking cheap as shit. I was like, yeah, yes, please. But like Xbox, it's been relatively low purchasing both this year and last year. The amount of like big heavy hitters that I just skipped this year, I've not touched Batman, not touched 007. What was the other one? Pragmata, Screamer. Like these are things in previous years fucking would have been there day one. But like
Mm,
there's so much of it and I like kind of yeah, I probably agree with you. There's a little bit less excitement in here. Like I'm not as driven for it. Because when you've accrued as well so much to do, and you also have a lot still untouched, it's just like
yeah.
I can just breathe for like a few moments.
And I've slowly started noticing like on the channel, news coverage is really what helps my channel more than anything. And so it's like, and even whenever like the Witcher 3 old review that I did, the 10-year retrospective, like that did better than any modern game review I've ever done. So it's like, starting to just reframe things, rethink things. I always want to cover the modern game space, but like if I can't really be tapped in the way I want to be tapped in and purchase games the way I want to purchase games, it's like, well, I'll just play older games.
Mm.
Cover that if the audience is there for it, and if people still want to hear my takes on the news, then I'll play older games and cover the news and try to like be as aware with the modern space, play as much as I can within, instead of spending $2,000 a year, I'll spend $250 a year, $300 a year, whatever. Like it's going to be a massive drop off in terms of my spending, but I can still stay somewhat afloat and
Are you
figure
talking
out
about
what's
in the
going
near
on.
future or when the discs?
2028.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what. Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be going that route. A lot of people. You're going to see
Can't blame
so
them.
many people just wait. You'll see like a massive dip, I believe, in like when they turn around and go, it sold 1 million in 1 week and sold two, like whatever. I think their
Yeah,
milestones are going to slow down drastically.
I could totally see that, but we'll see, man. But it's always something. So we'll see what next month brings us.
Yep. Well, we'll finish the second half of the outro. Shouted you out. So shout the Discord out. If you want to join the Discord of like-minded gamers such as yourself, pop a comment down below and I'll hit you about the link. As mentioned at the beginning of the video, we've got events going in there with the summer vacation. Really cool. So if that sounds interesting, give it a check. But other than that, it's been 4.5 hours of great rambling. Hope you enjoyed, and thank you very much for joining me, Brandon.
Appreciate you, man.
So I'll see you next time.